he has got just such incredible insight and leadership, and you're going to get some great stuff from him today. So thank you guys.
Yeah. We're not going to talk anymore so that y'all can learn some things.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Welcome. Thanks for coming. I hope you guys were ministered to this morning as much as I was. Just hearing that message from Pastor Jimmy, and just a reminder of let's leave the past in the past. And God spoke so clearly. And a lot of what we're saying is kind of the new way we've been just wandering in the dark, figuring things out, but just trying to apply biblical wisdom and trying to make wise decisions that honor God as best as possible. So what we're talking about today in this breakout, we named it Method in the Madness, specifically because when we lead creative teams, there's a tendency for things to get chaotic, even before a global pandemic hit. But then a global pandemic hits, and then we reinvent the way we do everything. And so what was already a crazy ball of yarn became like a dumpster fire for a lot of us. I don't know if you guys felt it. I felt it. Like, there were like nights at the very beginning where I was like, there's no way we're going to like figure out Sunday, but what we just want to do is we're going to open up a time of questions at the end, and it says Q&A, but honestly, I would love to even just hear your wisdom as well, because like Jimmy said this morning, I mean, this is a time to sharpen each other. And so if you figured out a way to do a lot of the leadership in the creative department, and how to lead creative teams well, and how to lead them and manage them through crisis and manage them through chaos, and even accept chaos for what it is and let God do what he's going to do, and believe in his sovereignty. Please share that when we get to that time. And so I want to go over real quick our big idea. I'm going to read it from here. But when we made this and we titled it Method in the Madness, our big idea is basically this: leading creative teams requires flexibility, adaptability, and agility, especially in times of chaos or crisis. You can fill that in as well. Our need to control every part of the outcome and the process can cloud us to the work of the Lord in our midst. And that's something that's come out of my own experience and my own testimony, where my need to know exactly how the final product is going to go down and how everybody else is going to perform and know each of the moving pieces sometimes makes the service a little bit more about me. I don't know. Do you feel that?
Absolutely, all the time. And I think that's been one of the main lessons, I would say, this whole idea of flexibility, adaptability, and agility, where we have to kind of let go of a lot of the things that we maybe knew how to do or felt comfortable doing. And I will say, Seth, you guys don't know this, but Seth became our creative pastor in January of 2020. And he's trying to figure out the role. And then all of a sudden the pandemic hits and everything's on him. I mean, it was crazy. So he definitely had to adapt.
Yeah. So, everything we do at Family Church, we build right off of a biblical foundation. And I'm going to be the worst example of this. Does this work? Okay. I'm like a creative pastor and I don't know how tech works. But I've never felt older than I do right in this moment. But everything we do at Family Church, we use Scripture as the springboard. We don't start anything without a biblical foundation. And one of the cornerstone scriptures of our creative process and our creative ministry, and really our entire church. In fact, you saw Pastor Winter Ullman lead and open us up with our Salsa Waymaker. He's one of my favorite pastors in my life that speaks so regularly into my life. He actually gave a devotion around this at our staff retreat. And it's just a scripture that keeps coming up again and again and again and again in my life. And it's Psalm 127, 1-2. And it says, "Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain." I mean, what a timely message for us today, right? Unless the Lord watches over the city, the watchman stays awake in anxious toil. In vain. It is in vain that you rise up early and go late to rest, eating the bread of anxious toil, for he gives to his beloved sleep. And so there's this concept of, hey, loosen the grip a little bit. God's going to do what he wants to do. And We wrote this before we knew what Jimmy was speaking on, and even hearing Jimmy talk about how, hey, the new temple is going to look different. Go out into the forest and cut down the trees and build it up, and I'm going to be pleased with it, right? And he's going to change our expectations. And so we might have thought that it needs to look like this and have this type of cool worship background, and this font needs to be used, and we got to make sure that Ableton looks like this. And we have a lot of expectations that kind of are outside of what God's ordained in Scripture, right? And so we need to remember to leave our expectations of what has to happen and make sure we define the hills that we need to die on and keep it that way. I love this other passage too, in Jeremiah 23 through 24. Am I a God at hand, declares the Lord, and not a God far away? Can a man hide himself in secret places so that I cannot see him, declares the Lord? Do I not fill heaven and earth, declares the Lord? And just that idea that God's in control. I love that passage because it always reminds me. Now, God is rebuking in that moment, but it's such a fresh reminder every time I go to that scripture to remember that God is in our midst. He's not taken by surprise when chaos hits. And sometimes when you're leading creatives and the plan gets shifted or the dream doesn't work out, despair hits creatives harder than anybody else. And so a lot of times as pastors and shepherds, one of the biggest things that you have to do is walk them through that period of chaos and go, hey, we're going to be flexible, adaptable, and agile. We're not rigid with the worldly systems that we built on. We're not dependent on a software. We're not dependent on a type of instrument that we got to play. We're not dependent on the speakers working. Who's ever led worship before when the power goes out? Who's ever led worship when the power goes out and then it turns into a very powerful experience? God has a habit of sometimes stripping away the things that we've made worship into, like that great song, I'm sorry, Lord, for what? The thing I've made it. But it's all about you. Sometimes we can think that's a little cheesy, but man, those are true words. True
He went
words.
to Heart of Worship. I love it.
That's like, you can count on me for early 2000s worship references. So anyways, let's talk a little bit about our ministry context. Ramos, why don't you give us a little bit about kind of what it looks like here at Family Church?
Yeah, well, obviously before the pandemic hit, everything was big, especially in this room where I lead here. Everything was huge. Every campus was paid musicians. Everything is fully decked out. Ableton is going. Lights are perfect. I mean, we're talking about, we, like many of us, try to do it to the best of our ability. Then pandemic hits and we're closed. And now a lot of the things that we knew how to do, which by the way, for a lot of worship pastors that were leading their services, we really think programmatically, right? So we're thinking this goes to here and this connection goes to here and blah, blah, blah. But all of a sudden, we have to pivot away from programmatic and really go more into connection. How do we connect across the camera to somebody else on the other side? And honestly, the program didn't matter as much. You see, in a live context, you use the live experience of people being together and sitting in the same room together as the connection point in a lot of ways. So then the platform, it's really the way that we just kind of lead and we do our program because the connection aspect is sort of taken care of, right? But we had to pivot away from that. And we lost our live services. The connection aspect is gone. Now, what do we do? And I would even dare say that in trying to figure that out, there was a lot of headbutting and people were trying to figure out, one is saying this, no, we should do this, we should do that. And our pastor is saying, no, I want you to strip it down. And we're like, oh, but the Ableton, and he's like, what are you talking about, Ableton? Like, we need to make sure that we reach people across. And the need for connection through the screen really took precedence over anything else. And I think, Seth, and one thing that we're experiencing now is that that's kind of the new thing that we are continuing to do in what we're doing here at Family Church. Connection has become king above any type of program or the sleek transitions or, where we'll, this is going to go into this. And I mean, we try to do some of that, but that is not the thing that drives it. It's more connection.
Yeah. And And really that's one of our big lessons, and it's up here for you as well, is basically slick production isn't the only path to high impact.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have planned services before, particularly high profile services where you think, hey, I got to let all the guns loose on this one, right? Because otherwise God won't be glorified. Like sometimes that might be the dialogue that happens inside of our own heads. And if the pandemic has taught us anything, is that how much God can do with so little. And sometimes when he takes it away, I know personally it's impacted Christian and I's life as dads. Both of us have had children accept Christ in the middle of the pandemic because we were at home to have gospel conversations with our children while the Sunday morning service aired. And so to me, that was a major turning point in my walk when I realized, you know what? I've been grumpy. I've been bitter. I don't know about you guys, like this morning, I've never felt more seen than when he's talking about the old generation that's like, why can't we go back to the old temple? But like, that's like literally describing me in March of 2020. Of just like, it's messed up that we gotta, And I was like, well, there's a spotlight in the back of the room. And I was like, Lord, I'm so sorry. Like, but that's the lesson we learned. Slick production isn't the only path to high impact. God uses such unlikely things to reach his people. And as creative leaders, we should follow this example before approaching the schedule, the plan, the problem, the same way that we always have. And so a lot of times the way we think about this creatively, once you get into a room, is sometimes the tendency is to kind of do what you've always done, right? And so we have a very, it's kind of we'll teach you a lot of family church lingo, and just to bring you kind of into our culture. And one of the things that we love to use, and this man right here, one of the mentors in my life, uses it all the time. I think he might have coined the term. I can't remember.
I don't think so.
The umbrella of mercy. All right. And so when we're in a brainstorming session and we're thinking about things, this man pulls it out all the time. And I love this about him is we will have a thing kind of fully planned. And then this genius will come out and go, umbrella of mercy. Let's throw it all out. Let's start again. And it's every single time. It's like, it just blows your mind whenever you hear it. But a lot of times what it is, hey, let's reinvent and think about what we can do now, not how we always used to do it. Right? And that's one of the things that we need to remember, and we need to challenge ourselves. If you lead creative, so real quick, survey in the room. Who's a worship pastor in the room? Okay. Do we have any like creative directors or tech directors in the room? All right. Like, so we all have a responsibility. Like those departments, who's in like, anybody in like communications or like, graphic design or anything like that in the room? Okay. All of us, it seems like the vast majority of us in the room, we lead teams, staff or volunteer of creative people, and we need to give them clear vision. And they need to see us with a steady hand on the leadership wheel when chaos hits. So, once again, we got to be flexible, adaptable, and agile. Christian, why don't you talk to us about that?
Yeah, I think this is one of the areas that I've probably grown the most in the last, 10, 11 months, really in the last year. I've always been the guy who I have to have multiple rehearsals. I got to have everything squared away. Whenever my pastor would try to change the message, not the last song in the set, like on Friday night, because he was kind of working on his message, he tells me 2 days before, and I'm still freaking out, going like, Pastor, but we already rehearsed it, that kind of stuff. I've learned so much to kind of just thrive in the moment with him. Part of what I've recognized,
What's your shortest warning time that you've gotten in the COVID season before you had to get up and play?
I mean, we had moments where Jimmy was getting up to preach and he goes, hey, can you sing this at the end of the message? And that happened to you too, John. And we were like, yeah, sure. And then we're upstairs in the office practicing the song for our turn to come down. And I was telling one of my friends here, Kristen, I was telling him that I'm not a guitar player per se. I learned how to do a lot of my finger picking during the pandemic. So like, cause Jimmy,
beautiful guitar player.
No, I'm serious. Cause Jimmy likes like just the finger picking, one guitar guy, like that kind of stuff. Well, that wasn't my thing. I've always been a pianist, but flexible, adaptable, and agile, I felt like that was the greatest gift we could give our senior leader. Okay, because, and we're going to talk about this a little bit in another session that we have, managing the tension between the pastor and the worship leader, but the worship pastor. But one of the things that I realized is that my pastor is bearing the weight of communication for the whole church. And he's wondering about, are people going to continue to give? Are we going to be able to keep our doors open? What is happening? And I don't know if this happened to you, but the way that our preachers started preaching was like more honed in. They kind of, every single little bit of the wording and what they were trying to say was very methodical and very specific. At least that was our case, because you only had really one opportunity to communicate through the internet. When you're in the room, you capture a lot more with body language and, personal relationship. And Pastor, can you explain that? After the service, somebody would come up. But when you're talking to people online, so he was bearing the weight of how do we communicate in the best way possible? And for me to not be flexible and adaptable or agile to his needs and desires during a situation like that, it's just not fair to him. So he would come to us and go like, hey guys, I know you have this whole thing planned, but like my message is finishing with, we need to ask God to give us vision. And I really need you to sing, Be Thou My Vision. And we're like, absolutely. Yeah, let's create a whole, and you, Seth, you actually taught me a lot about that, because Seth's role as a creative pastor coming in, he had to change everything he knew about how to do ministry, and he's coming to figure this thing out. And the one thing that he said from the beginning is, we're going to do whatever our pastor wants us to do. And when my nature is to hesitate and go like, hey pastor, but we decided, let's be flexible, let's be agile, let's be adaptable, and let's not worry about being rigid in our planning and allow him to give his direction as much as possible.
Yeah, and I don't know about you guys, but I've found that when the creative process and the creative boundaries shrink, it actually is where true creatives actually tend to thrive. Mm-hmm. And so honestly, like the arrangement of Be Thou My Vision that we played this morning is a version that Christian and one of our worship associates, Justin, who led Rattle, we call him the Lion and the Lamb, not heretically, but because whenever you talk to him outside of this, like this guy explodes like a nuclear bomb on stage, and then you talk to him, and he's like, hey, how's it going? He's super quiet.
He's a total introvert.
The most introverted guy I know. And but they wrote that version as a result of a lot of just like, hey, we got to figure out a way to play this thing. And then it turned into something that now we're going to use, and we want to record that one day, and it's something that's birthed out of that. So when the walls are kind of closing in on you, sometimes the best ideas spring forth. Fellow procrastinators unite at that. And so the family church language that we use is you might hear all throughout today, the term sandbox. All right. It's not like, we didn't invent it, but, I just want to make sure you are not left out when you might hear someone offhand mention that. So we say a sandbox as the creative boundaries of where we can play. All right. So anytime we do any sort of thing, our lead pastor gives us a sandbox, and usually what our lead pastor gives us is a massively wide sandbox, and then we shrink it down. But sometimes because of time restrictions and things like that, like Christian said, the way his message is ending, he'll get super specific and go, guys, I really think it's going to be better if you actually play something that like resonates with the ending of how I'm communicating. And so that sandbox shrinks. Sandboxes can come in many sizes. So we always say, hey, what's the sandbox in our creative process? Like, where are we building the boundaries? And let's stay within those. Let's not go outside of that. Let's not try to break out. So breaking out of that sandbox would be, hey, Pastor Jamie, are you sure? Because like we've planned out a really cool version of Here I Am to Worship. And I know you're closing on like we need, Christ the Lord is risen today. But are you sure, I think Here I Am to Worship is going to really fit? And sometimes that's just our flesh speaking, because we're like, I don't want to do any extra work right now, But we need to remember that God's given our lead pastor a role that we do not have. And he's directing our church. He's leading our church. So here's our preferred methods on how to lead creatively, all right? Number one, this is This is the family church, just the core tenets of our creative culture right here. Collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. Creativity always works better in a circle than a line. All right, you get what I'm saying when I say that? Creativity always works better in a circle rather than a line. So collaboration around a round table, everybody facing each other, having equal input and equal voice into something. It's way messier. Mm-hmm. But you'd be amazed at what God does with the quietest voice in your room, with the least experienced person in your room. Give them a voice. Give them a time to give input, because here's the deal. If it's just you dictating in a line, do this, follow my plan, follow my creative vision, it's going to peak at what God can do through you and what God's gifted you to do. But God didn't build a church around one man except for Jesus. And he could do all things, but you can't, right? I can't. So we need to lead in a way that features the way that God has blessed and gifted all of our people that he's entrusted within our watch care, right? We need to give them a voice. It doesn't matter if they're an intern or volunteer. Like, when you have creative sessions, invite volunteers to it. Invite people, invite the high schooler, because I guarantee you, he's going to come up with an idea that none of you guys thought about, because you get a check from a church and you're thinking, well, that's impossible to do. And he's going to go, I don't know. I don't know the rules. I don't know what's allowed, not allowed. And sometimes if you follow that, you might go, that's the best idea we've had in a year, right? And there's a humility to that too, to go, hey, the best idea doesn't have to come from me, right? It doesn't have to come from me. I think about, when we create, we're much messier than God, but we can't let the madness rob us of that moment, right? We got to let the madness work. And so what's the next one? This one's, I wrote this one in, kind of last minute. So Christian, if you need interpretation,
I'm gonna reinterpret
it. The Southerner in me.
I would say, be ready to throw the bathwater out, but remember where the baby is. Seth, you're too much.
Say that with a Southern accent.
No. Basically, we had to do this. We had to let go of a lot of things that we thought were super important to our creative process, to our service building, to our connection, to what we were doing. And so I want to give you a few examples of things that either we let go or incorporated into our services as we went on. And these have impacted, they continue to impact us as we go on. Number one is that we detached ourselves completely from the live flow mentality. Okay. At the beginning, when we started doing, the stuff that we were doing, we were trying to bring people up here to do like live announcements.
We're talking specifically about our online.
Online. And so we were like, and then we're trying to recreate a live service when people are at home doing something different. And the problem with trying to recreate what you have live, like I said before, is that you just can't. You're not going to be able to do that. So what we did is we detached ourselves from a live production or live service mentality. And then we started figuring out what are things that we can do that will help us, number one, connect with our people better. Number two, celebrate the things that we really value. Okay. So some of the things that we did is that we decided, well, everybody has a phone in their pockets at all times, even through the pandemic. So let's release our people to actually record and do videos that we could actually celebrate. So all of our baptisms that we've been doing for the last 10, 11 months have been recorded by like a mom, dad, sister, brother, whatever of the family member getting baptized by the beach with an iPhone. And so they shoot the video, and we told them, hey, we wanted a 30 frames per second or whatever, 60, I can't remember, because, sometimes you got to do that slow.
We built the sandbox.
All right. Yeah, and we want it to be landscape, don't do a portrait. And then literally that's all we said. And people were like, I don't know what's the deal with people shaking all the time, but the video's all over the place. Our poor editors have heard more the phrase, we'll fix it in post, than any other time in the history of mankind. But then we just have people send us these videos. And now our church, from going from like one guy that was our video director, we have like all these people across town capturing capturing baptisms, capturing Zoom calls for baby dedication. We did baby dedication through Zoom calls. And then what we did is that not only that we kind of release everybody and used, you could say lower budget methods of capturing video, but we also started to celebrate the things that we really valued in the service. So now baptism, when before it was a live event that only the campus would see.
The local campus would see.
The local campus would only see it. Now we started displaying baptisms throughout all of our campuses through the online service. And that has actually remained. We still capture our baptisms with an iPhone and they play in our live services. And people keep coming up to us, hey, I want to get baptized. Hey, actually, my son was encouraged to get baptized by watching that in the live services. He sees that every Sunday. And we have 3, 4, 5, 6 every Sunday getting baptized. So we detached ourselves from the live mentality because the live flow mentality can stop you from a lot. We lowered the standards in terms of the capture of videos and then celebrated what we valued.
I don't know if you've received this, Christian, but I have received 0 complaints from a single person that said, hey, I really wish you guys would have shot that with a pocket cinema, $10,000 camera. I've received 0 feedback on that front. The worst baptism there's no bad baptisms, but like the worst shot baptism where, just like the tidal wipes out baptizer and baptizee, and like the wave goes and then they're gone and they're like, well, did they die?
Cut.
No matter what we do, people love every single one of them because it's what the Lord is doing in our church. Like people don't care how artistically it's shot or how, like Spielberg levels of production value. We need to remember to not think about how it always was done. I call that organizational inertia. All right? Organizational inertia, where as a group, you just go, well, that's the way we always did it. And you just keep doing the same thing and you don't innovate and you don't allow yourself. Sometimes the way forward is to step backwards in production value, to be more resourceful in how you do things. There's a great story about scientists with they took 3 monkeys in a room and they basically put a banana on the top of a ladder, right? And every time a monkey would climb the ladder, they would spray him with cold water, right? And then slowly, one by one, they replaced the monkeys in the room. And with 3 fresh new monkeys who had never seen it happen before, they were all, hey, that's how, I don't know why, but we just don't climb the ladder. Even though there's food up there, that's just how we always done. So some of us are acting out of organizational inertia, all right? Basically going, hey, how we used to do it, we just don't, we need a high production value on baptisms because that's what people want. Is it though? Right? You gotta ask those questions to make sure, hey, what's the way forward? I'm gonna go through these 2 really, really quickly, and then I wanna open this up to some questions. Another thing you got to do is you got to create a culture that encourages experimentation. Mm-hmm. Mistakes should not be gotcha moments, all right? I've made a lot of high-profile mistakes at our church, figuring things out. We tried something out. It just totally didn't work. And one of the biggest encouragements in my life has been this man who has just constantly been in a voice of saying, hey, never be afraid to try a new thing. I remember a very high-profile time where I tried something. It just didn't work out. I tried to, I don't have a background in video and I kind of got thrown into it and I was trying to figure things out and I kind of made a post-Easter set and it just looked like garbage. And just on camera, it wasn't flattering for our pastor and it just wasn't right. And it wasn't something that put our best foot forward. And, we had to pivot and we called in some people who knew a little bit more about what they were doing than me to kind of help fix the process. And this man, while I was kind of feeling down of I'm a failure in my new role, this man pulled me aside and what could have been a gotcha moment of just yeah, you didn't work hard enough or you didn't prepare enough or you don't have the knowledge to complete it. He led me as my creative leader of going, hey, never be scared to try something new. And so don't let that make your hand hesitate on the trigger of the next thing because we need you to be innovative. We need you to be unafraid to do a wild thing because that's what's going to push us forward. And then last but not least, prize humility in the process. You're going to get it wrong and you might have feedback that describes in detail how you did it wrong. You might get it from a church member. You might get it from your direct report. You might get it from your lead pastor. explaining, and without thought to how long you've worked on it. Or, you might have stayed up all night to make it happen, and then, ministry leader walks in and goes, "Why are the lights like that? It looks ugly." I don't know if you guys have ever had those moments, and it's kind of like a knife. It's just like, man, do you even realize how long I worked on that? Prize humility in the process and understand, look, we're all going after the same goal, and be ready to go, hey, if God wants to just completely wipe this whiteboard clean and start new right now this morning, I'm willing to do it, because if he's glorified through it, it's worth it. I'm not here for my name to be lifted up. I'm here for Jesus' name to be lifted up. And so we need to remember to prize humility in the process in all things. And it starts with the leader. It starts with the leader every single time. So let's open it up to some questions, Q&A, or if you have something to share, wisdom to share, I'd love to hear it.
Talk about your meetings creatively. Are they scheduled? I'm assuming some of that's scheduled. Just talk about that.
You want me to take that?
Yeah, it's up to you. Yes, sir.
Our creative meetings, so we have weekly meetings. The way we structure our staff, we meet with our worship pastors, and we have a smaller creative team. We all meet together, and we plan our services out 3 weeks in advance. But here, as part of our church, one of the biggest gifts that our pastor gives us every single year is we have a preaching retreat with all of our teaching pastors, because at Family Church, we do live preaching at every single campus. So we have multiple communicators, but we all preach the same point, the same text, the same main points. But we actually work on kind of the series that we're going to be going through and the books of the Bible that we're going to be studying at a yearly preaching retreat. And so we actually have a spreadsheet to work from, to where at any point in the year, we know what's happening a year in advance, which, I mean, I don't think I need to explain more how much of a lifeblood that is to like creative planning. But as a worship team and as a creative team, then we actually go 3 weeks out on a weekly basis, and we plan the third week out. And we'll talk a little bit more about this in a later breakout that I'm leading with my one of the members of my team called Moment Minded. But we try to include in every single service what we call a moment, which is basically anything that any zig to a zag, right? Any different way of playing a song or a testimony is basically a creative moment to magnify the name of Christ, encourage the congregation, and push the people towards gospel mission, right? We want to make sure our worship sets are not just 3 songs and out. And so that's the standard, that's the sandbox, the master sandbox that we hold our services weekly. So we would judge a service on its success if we have that or don't have that. And so that's one of the things we're trying to do.
Yeah, just to give you a kind of like a snapshot of a week of what we do. So on Tuesdays, our lead communications team gathers, and we talk several weeks out about what's coming up in our services. We look over the service orders for the online services, specifically online speaking. Okay. Now the online, really fuels a lot of the things that happen at the campuses as well now, which used to not be the case. And the reason for that is because on Wednesdays, we have a worship staff meeting, and we just talk about the business of worship guys or whatever is happening at the church. But we finish by planning the online service together. And so 13 guys are together. Sometimes what we do is we split into 2 teams if we're behind, and one team takes 1 week and the other team takes another week. But what that does is that actually now, as a team, we're all planning together. And then we've been known, like part of what we do is that we're very sort of, we want to make sure that each campus is doing what's best for their campus in terms of worship. So we don't do one worship set across the board. But the planning of that worship set together really fuels a lot of what we're doing in our campuses now. So Tuesday meeting is with the head communications team. Wednesday meeting is our planning meeting a couple of weeks in advance. Wednesday night, we record our online service. And then Thursdays, we actually have like a 1-hour Zoom call where Seth, as our creative pastor, is going over all the moments for that weekend. And he's going like, okay, guys, just a reminder, we have the 3 alpacas and the 2 sheep in the back. You go, I'm just kidding. We're not doing any of that. But he would explain what the moment is. The videos are in this location. Remember that you flow out of the video into this, yada, yada, yada. And then he gives us more pointers as we go into the live services. So that's kind of the flow.
And one thing I did forget to add as well, just mentioning our preaching retreat. Immediately following our preaching retreat, we have a creative retreat that takes like fresh out of the oven, the sermon calendar that the teaching team has just made. And then all of the creatives, worship, creative, graphic design, we have another 1 to 2 day retreat where we go over that fresh out of the oven sermon calendar, and then we make a hit list of potential ideas for the entire year. And so then we put it away in the cupboard, and then when we get close to C-Rod, what is it, 8 weeks? 8 weeks out before a series, we try to at least 6 to 8 weeks out. We then pull those ideas from the creative retreat out, and we open it up and we go, man, yeah, a year ago we had this killer idea, and we have a ton of people in that room. So then those people are going, hey, I know somebody, like, I know we're, the topic of the sermon this week is, what if I had a bigger purpose? And then someone at the creative retreat at the Port St. Lucie campus mentioned that there's a person whose testimony is like right down the middle of that biblical text. Hey, let's give them a call. And so like we're leveraging the power of that group, and we're writing, that's another major piece to how we creatively plan.
Another great thing that has happened is that a lot of the things that we produce, thank you, a lot of the things that we've been producing as a team for the Wednesday night recording, many times are also used in our Sunday live services. So, that's been a huge deal that we all plan this awesome moment that happens in video. It's utilized for the online, but then we can also take it and use it in our live venues all across the network. And it's been a huge asset for all of us as we try to, just encourage our people.
Somebody else?
You said you guys are doing your sets 3 weeks out, right? What's your creative process in doing that specifically?
Yeah, sure. So we take pastor's message, and we kind of look at what the thrust of the message is, and we have a few things that we pull from. One, we call it the deep well of memory, because our church is especially this campus is like old school Baptist. I mean, like we have this church we started in 1901, so we kind of a lot of our people have gone to other campuses as well. So we try to always think about what the deep well of memory. How can we connect something with the past? For us, that's pretty important. So we think about that when we're planning. We think about what's a new expression that maybe we want to bring into play for our people. And usually, we always struggle with finding openers. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody has issues with openers. Amen. Amen. All right. There's only so many times we can do Lion and the Lamb. Okay. So, amen. He hates it. We found the limit.
We found it.
So, then we think about, okay, we're going to have an opener. We try to look at where in the service we're going to put announcements, because we're going to have to do announcements. They're through video now in all of our services. And then our guys get together and say, okay, knowing the set of songs that are what we call the big 30, like the songs that our church sings really well, knowing the deep well of memory songs, and then looking at the new songs that are coming down, what are the ones that are going to help us convey the message that the pastor is trying to communicate the best possible. Our team gathers in a group of 5 or 6, and so they're responsible for coming up with the list of songs plus a moment that he's going to talk about later in the other breakout. So these guys get around a piano, grab their guitars, and basically, honestly, the process is very much like friends hanging out. And we're just worshiping the Lord. And a guy goes like, oh man, we should like...
Literal physical circles.
Yeah. Then we're like, oh man, oh, what a savior. Oh, what if we were to go to the bridge of, and everybody's just kind of like, well, that bridge is probably a little too high. Maybe we want to... It's the creative process, and we give it time. We give it about a good, we're planning three songs, okay? So like, 4 songs with the Lord's Supper, but we spend an hour and a half to 2 hours just in the presence of the Lord worshiping Like playing, throwing out ideas. What if? And this C-Rod is one of the best at this. Okay. Umbrella. Everybody says umbrella. If you have a really dumb idea, it's the poncho of mercy, right? We just say you need a poncho.
You need to graduate up.
Yeah. But hey, what if instead of doing that, what if we were to do a key change here and actually go to this song? Now, I know we haven't done that song in a long time. Or listen, I know that's a really old hymn, but we're always careful with, we want to have something new. We want to have something known, and then we want to have something that reaches into the deep well of memory. Those are really the three things that we try to target. And as long as they are pushing the thrust of the message forward, we're doing our job.
And I'll say too, so you might have noticed he said, like, every week we do the Lord's Supper. And that's something that we actually started week 1 of post-COVID, or post-shutdown. Is our pastor led us in saying, hey, look, I think we need to start taking, I think we need to start taking the Lord's Supper as a church family every single week. And the way we do it with music attached. And so for us, in that creative process that Christian described, we're a lot drier cement on the stuff pre-message. And then, like he mentioned, last minute requests. I can think of a time at Christmas time, our Lord's Supper songs, we hold very loosely because our pastor is, one of the things I'm most sympathetic of is like we're playing arranged songs that have chord charts, that have recordings. Our pastor is writing a new work every week, a straight 25-minute, if you want to talk about creative works, like he's like outpacing us by light years. I think of this time in Christmas where we had one of our former worship pastors who was coming. He's in a new role, and he was here, and it was his first time playing music back in a long time. Jimmy walks in, he's got fresh out of the oven conclusion baked in, and he's like, "Man, I would love to do God Rest You Merry Gentlemen. Can you do that
for the Lord's Supper
5 minutes before film time?" And
okay.
I'm so proud of this guy. He would I think I saw him reach a new shade of pale. And I think he might have gone to the bathroom to throw up a little bit. And then he came back and he crushed it, man. And just that spirit of, I can do it. I got this. I'll figure it out.
God rest you merry gentlemen. It wasn't like that. But just think about that. It was awesome. All right. Anybody else? Yes.
Great question. Crazy low filter level. Who says yes to the meeting invite? We've done creative brainstorm sessions with, admin assistants at a campus that they've never been in. They're so honored to be invited and be in the process. And we've done tentpole major service moments that came from an idea that person came up with, because it's just so different than how I might think or how Christian might think, and so I would keep the filter as low as possible. One of the things we're trying to get better at, is trying to find a way when we do this creative planning to make the meeting time more accessible to people that don't just work at your church. One of the things we struggle with at Family Church, because we have a large staff, is we can just pretty much we can tell every testimony that we need to. We can just using our staff, and it's tempting because it's those people are paid to be here, so we can kind of just go by the power, given to me by Jimmy. You got to be here at this time, and blah blah blah. But as shepherds of our congregation, we probably need to be more inclusive than that, and help the broader church body help tell the creative story, of what God's doing in our church. And I'm a really big believer in that. So I've learned that from a lot of people way smarter than me who have modeled that so clearly. I can think to a recording session that John Stepp and I got to be a part of up in Nashville, and the guy that we were in the studio with, a kid knocks on the door to the studio. And this is a pretty nice studio. It's this big guy, recording this song for us. And this like high school kid walks in and he's like, hey, can I, and I talked to him about it. He's like, yeah, he goes to my church, and I just let him come in and just soak it all in. And that just hit me super hard. of just like, always be aware of who you're letting in the room. Like always be never have a closed door creative meeting where like only the elite are allowed. You're going to have your worst creative service ever if you do that, in my experience.
Yeah, and just to cap this off, because we're over time, but I will say that part of the process is you're teaching a creative etiquette to people when they come into your meeting.
So good.
So you got to give them time to develop that. They're not gonna fit right in. And usually the ones that start talking right away, you're kind of like, okay, I'm not sure I want to listen to what you have to say right now, just because it doesn't fit the etiquette of what's happening in your team. And so a lot of those folks that come in, usually for the first 3, 4, 5 meetings, they might not say much. That doesn't mean they're not creative. They are learning that creative etiquette of your team and how it works out. And then you can probably start kind of going like, hey, Joey, what do you think about this? Hey, Megan, what do you think about this? And they'll start responding.
And I would say, very important caveat to that. If I'm inviting someone that is like super green at something like this, always I'm having a conversation beforehand about, hey, what you're entering into. I once again, just family church language, I build a sandbox for them. I say, hey, I want you to have a learner's posture when you walk in. I want you to, but I want you to speak freely whenever you have an idea, but I don't want you to feel like you got to prove anything to anybody in the room.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Can we give it up for these guys? Thanks so much. Seth was saying just a minute ago, talking about, keep your filter low in your creative process. And really, the reality of that is you can only keep the filter low if you love your team well and if you love your people well, because I've been in circumstances where the filter was low and the love was low and it was a powder keg. And these two guys walk the walk. They love their teams well. They're great pastors. They're also great dads, great husbands in their family life. And it inspires me to kind of follow their model in that. So, thank you guys so much, not just for your words, but for leading by example. We really appreciate that. We are here for you today, for anything you need, here in the building, or, we would love to connect with you. We're not just here to teach, we're here to learn. Because we know that there are things you're doing that better than we do, and we want to hear about it. So please connect with us, connect with each other today. That's what today is all about. We have 10 minutes until your next breakout session. We're going to be down front here, so if you need to figure out where you're going, just come ask one of us, and we'll help you get there. If you need anything at all throughout the day, just come find us. Great being with you here in this session. We'll see you around today.
Around the table?
Yeah.
I would like it. Good.
My bad. But yeah, I'm gonna use.
Yeah. Pretty good.
I was thinking you and I might sit more forward so they can sit.
Like that. You can do that and maybe like come back.
Yeah.
I just want to be able to see that.
Yeah. I agree.
What's up, Anthony? Good, man. Good to see you.
That's not yours, is it?
How do you want Matt to explain himself?
Explain yourself?
Like, what's his position?
Hey, I'm Matt Vaughn. I oversee our audio ministry here at Family Church. I serve on the tech team. I'm one of the lead audio engineers that really speaks into the crafting of the sound within the room. And, because audio is such a huge influence on the church, I get to kind of focus down on that. I get to pour into volunteers that, have that passion, that growing and learning.
That's a lot more enough to come up with.
Anything like that.
I
Bro,
got your answer. Yeah.
I just wanted a chance to put a name to face. I'm like, everybody's going to understand that you're not a public speaker. Nobody at this table is a public speaker. I'm going to set the bar really low for you, and so you can just bring it up.
I just want to know what direction to go.
Yeah.
I started thinking about that last night. I'm like,
Where is this at? I can't find
So,
that.
and any kind of questions, we'll just make kind of eye contact. Like, if it's a audio question, I want you to answer. But if you're just like, I don't know that, make eye contact.
I need networking. That's kind of my shady area.
The most recent is the 940 one last night, right?
Let's just let's go.
The audio guy did it.
I did that. They just did.
He moved the computer and rolled off.
That's like
Damage.
damage.
Right there.
Yeah, but we'll do 11 and 12 so that Katie has an interview.
I'll tell her too. Actually, let me tell her that too.
We're gonna be off stage.
Yes. So John and Zero to be up here.
So we started there so I took a year off when I moved to Arizona. We moved in 2000.
Thank you. You have to see our pretty faces up close now.
Yeah. Take a seat. You're gonna be one of the wax stools.
I wanted just to spend time, there's a lot of stuff that we went through with Big Church.
He's gonna give you a chance to introduce yourself.
Just rest a little bit. Okay.
We're gonna talking more ourselves.
But C-Rod will introduce all of us. But I still want to open up to you guys and just kind of share what you do. You can share how long you've been here at Family Church. Where you've led a video ministry and things like that. And
We did take that approach of it was more of a more organic produced. We haven't we still use systematic cable channels and stuff, but it wasn't as we were trying. I remember that time I went. I think I actually came when Christian invited me to go out with them. Those round tables. It's amazing. I come home. It's amazing. This was incredible. The fact that I can sit there, everybody's just like, I was just like, I remember this is incredible. Chris Oxton. Giving you voice, giving you a voice. I
guys got somebody setting you up? Michael, are you leading too? Let's go! Oh man, you wore the part. Come on. I'm serious. Like, don't take that off and set it aside because I'm gonna go home with it. Like that thing. I have a love of Cosby sweaters. So.
That's what I do miss. I miss the I was like, I'm trying to. If they ever came and so something that you guys were awesome. I mean, just the experience being out each other. That's exactly what I think. One of the reasons why I came out as well passionate is that's culture where it's not just one guy, we're all yeah, I am. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Yeah, great.
Hello and welcome. How you guys doing this morning? Good. Come on. So I'm Christian Rodriguez. I'm going to be one of your hosts for this session today.
And I'm John Stepp. I'm a worship pastor at our Palm Beach Gardens campus, and I'm hosting this session as well. How many of you are tech directors or media people or something in here? Yeah. I see like half hands and I also do.
I saw a lot of, it's not like my actual position, but I've inherited it. So now it's yeah, we're getting used to it.
Well, we've got you got a treat for you right now because these two guys that you're going to hear from are not only some of the most knowledgeable people that tech guys that you're going to talk to, but they're also such humble leaders. I don't know if you guys have had this experience. Well, you're all tech people, so I've worked with tech people that have, it's like low humility, and it's always like a tug of war between worship and tech. And we have such a symbiotic relationship here, and these guys serve. And I love them with all my heart.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, John. They shepherd our tech team, all of our volunteers, and they actually originally was supposed to be just two, and then Ross and Tyler went ahead and pulled in two more of our staffers. So we're going to have Ross Buchanan, who is our overall technical director for Family Church, coming from Paducah, Kentucky. So make sure you ask him about that after. We have Tyler Boyle, a big Ohio State fan. He's one of our other on our tech team, and the lighting this man does and the creativity he has when it comes to staging is a ministry in itself. So we're thankful to have him. Matt Vaughn in the center right over there is
from Jupiter Farms.
Come on. I'll tell you, the way that he makes the snare drum just sing the praises of the Lord Almighty. It's on a whole nother level. He's a blessing to our team. And then we have in our crazy sweater, Mr. Michael Schwartz. He's our video switcher and does a phenomenal job of, like we said, we pretty much just say everything. Hey, if we mess it up, we'll fix it in post. Michael's the sane mind saying, hey, let's just fix it now and not have to work that hard later. So it's our pleasure to introduce you to our technical team. We're excited to learn from them. We hope you are as well. So get your notes ready, and it's going to be a great session.
Thanks, sir. All right. How's everybody doing? Great. Icebreaker question. How many of y'all, is this the first conference you've been in post-pandemic? Yeah. So within that, how many of y'all think this is the best conference post-pandemic? Yeah, we're like 100%. I love that. So welcome to Talkin' Shop. This is a great breakout where we get to pull back the curtain, lift up the hood, and talk all things tech. So sounds like we're in good company. Who doesn't have some kind of tech role in your church right now? No. Okay. I just got to ask, why are you here then? Music director. Okay. Well, you have some tech role in too. How do you get that keyboard? What instrument do you play? All of it. So how do you plug that in? There you go with tech. So I'm sure you help that. Great. So, well, cool. Well, guys, so glad that you are here a part of this. Just like we were introduced, my name is Ross Buchanan. I serve as the technical director for Family Church Network. I am surrounded by incredible team, just even sitting up right here. And I just love for these guys to introduce themselves, talk about what you do at Family Church, and how long have you been here at Family Church? And I'll start it out. I have been here for three full years at Family Church.
Hey, my name is Matt Vaughn. I am the lead audio director here. I'm heading up most of our Family Church at Home, kind of heading the way, leading the way for audio. And that way, setting up mics, getting the band ready, getting them what they need, and then also patching everything, programming everything, and just kind of heading up that and on top of that, getting our volunteers all trained up and making sure somebody, is back there other than me.
I am Michael Schwartz. I've been here at Family Church nearly 30 years, and I'm the video director for live services and for the home online service. And I've seen literally from day one where we went from the screen just being used for lyrics for songs, full screen. I went from that to the very first Sunday that we introduced a camera, and how terrible that looked back then. Over probably about 15 years ago it was, and I've been in some way or another, I've been involved in directing video through the whole process to where we're at now today.
What Michael didn't tell you, he's also played in our orchestra for a long time. So my name is Tyler. I am the Family Church Downtown Technical Director, so I mainly oversee this campus. Every aspect of technical, from the classrooms for Sunday morning to the big room for Sunday worship to kids worship, and pretty much anything that has a sound system or a light or a TV, I've got my hands on it in some way. And I also assist any way necessary in the network when there's problems or installs at other campuses as well. And I've been here for just under 4 years.
Did you share how long you've been here, Michael?
Yeah, I said about
Okay, great. I wasn't listening.
Good start.
Great start. So guys, traditionally when we have conferences like this, we have multiple tech sessions where we'll break up and talk about maybe the gear and more equipment side on one breakout, and then pick another breakout and think of more the philosophy, the team structure, maybe even like how we do set designs or project base. Given the circumstances of how this kind of conference is put together, this right here breakout is the majority of the tech. There are two other breakouts that are tech related that you can see on your handout that I'll be participating in, but this is by far my personal favorite. This is where we're going to be in this room. I've got the best team around here, but real quick guys, if you ask, if you're impressed at all of what Family Church does, it's because these three guys and so many other people are part of Family Church. So we've, within the network, we've got 14 people that are on staff in some way of the tech. So both Matt and Tyler are full-time with me, and Michael serves part-time, but we've got a tech lead, what we call, in every single campus of ours that's in different languages, but oversees the tech at size of their campus. And so it really takes an incredible team to pull off what we have here. So just want to share how grateful that I am for them. These guys, they're going to be here kind of setting through this breakout session. Because this is all combined together, we are going to try to rely more on the Q&A side. And so we're going to be really brief on this presentation and allow you guys just kind of drive whatever questions you have. So feel free to, here's kind of we're giving you a heads up. Think of hard questions. Stump us, because I get to defer the questions to these guys if I don't want to answer it. Maybe you want to talk about like specific gear. We can talk about the line array speaker systems. We can talk about how are we streaming. We can talk about how are we pre-recording our services. How is our team structured up? What do you call whatever graphics you're using back there? Like, feel free to ask any questions you guys want, because we want to be honoring of that. Plus, guys, we know we are what keeps you from lunch next time. So between here and now is lunch. So we'll get you out as quick as possible and in lunch, and maybe first in line for that. So diving in, traditionally when we look at a tech breakout, we're thinking about what's inside these walls. All things tech usually happens within a big room. So we could look at the speaker system, we could look at all the light systems, we could look at these video walls, we could, and just talk about all that. But given the circumstances of the pandemic, like, we've had to really redefine what we see as tech, all the way down to the audience level, our members level. They're using tech in some way. In fact, like, if you stayed engaged this past year, because given the pandemic, it was because you used some kind of technical equipment, and that's defined as the TV at home connected to the internet, streaming via YouTube, Facebook, or our website. And so our focus really has had to broaden out, because it's not our technical gear. We don't own the TV at home, but these are our members. These are our flock that we get to shepherd. And so I want to just kind of just share that as our posture of our hearts. I want to kind of share with you guys too, that you have that same kind of mindset, that it may not be our fault that little old man George can't get connected to his computer that's trying to plug it in because it's a 1998 Windows XP, but it can be our responsibility. It can be our responsibility to take that phone call and return the call with little old man George and be like, hey, I'd love to help you be able to stream. In fact, let's set up an appointment tomorrow at this time. I'm going to send a live stream test, and I'm going to walk you through connecting that. And we've had that opportunity. Given this past year has been quite busy, and I'm sure every single person on this tech up here, you said, yes, my workload went up this past year. For sure. And I'm seeing the nods on the heads. So good. I'm in good company. It's not just us. But Tyler, I want you to talk about one thing. And sorry, like, these kind of questions I asked these guys, I didn't really prompt them. But another good thing, like, this just happened this past week, that so Tyler, like, he's in on our live chat a lot. So he makes sure that we have someone scheduled on our website with a live chat. But there was an instance that just happened this past week even, that someone commented, Tyler saw that chat, even engage within that person and kind of follow through with them. So just talk us through that real quick.
Yeah, so we had a member this week. She worships at home, but she goes to a Bible study at our downtown campus, and she just got in the chat and said, my brother Donnie passed away last night. And that was all she said. So our host had reached out to me, because on Sunday morning I'm live in here as well. So while I'm monitoring it, I'm not watching it constantly. So I jumped on and I started a direct chat with her, and I talked to her a little bit, and was able to find out that she's in a Bible study at our campus here, that she knows some of our staff members. So I was able to reach out to our campus pastor and our grief pastor. That's not his position, but that's what he does. What is his position? I don't know.
Associate pastor.
One of our pastors who deals a lot with that as part of his job. So I texted them and said, hey, this person's hurting. Their brother passed away. I was able to pray with her in the direct chat and just have that conversation, because our team is built so well, and we've prepared for the last year. We've prepared for that moment. So the system worked great.
Awesome. So that whole thing is not in Tyler's job description at all. He's not getting paid at all to do that, but that's the posture of the heart to take opportunities, to, seek opportunities like that. And, a lot of times we don't get that much traction on our live chat, but, this past Sunday we did, and that was a ministry and opportunity for that.
And a year ago, we didn't even have a live chat option.
Exactly.
We streamed, but there was no chat open.
Thank you, Corona. So, this correlates with our mission statement, and it's going to be on the screen right up here, but I want to read it to you guys. And it says, we exist to build a community of believers who use technology to create a worship environment that supports the mission and vision of Family Church. So when we wrote this mission statement a few years ago, the line, we exist to build a community of believers who use technology, we were really kind of talking about our team. So not just the staff, but the volunteers it takes to build this mission statement. And I kind of was pulling this up, kind of chuckled at the fact that it's gone past our team of who's involved with technology. Like I spoke everywhere, everybody is using technology nowadays. So this means that we have a chance with every single of our flock and our membership to impact, to make sure there's a positive technology experience. So I know we've all grown a burden weight. I know that every single one of you guys have had to have tough conversations with lead pastor of, hey, why is this streaming down? Why is this like that? And a lot of times you've held your hand up like, I don't know. There have been issues it's going on right there. And it's tough. It is absolutely tough. You are expected to know every single answer and to fix every single problem, right? But you can't do everything. But you can surround yourself with a team that can help quite a bit. You can surround yourself with, maybe not just a staff, but a volunteer team that would just be able to enjoy. So I just caught out of the corner of my eye, Katie Matos back here. She is a volunteer, waving her hand back right there, running sound so that we can be up here on stage.
For the first time.
Yeah. And she just took a little selfie because she's proud of that. But that's the culture we get to do, and she is proud to be behind that. And that's an opportunity for her that we're entrusted. Like we've got Matt that oversees, he's full-time, that audio console, but we can release it to volunteers that really want to be engaged and making the commitment. She has taken the time off from work. She was here at 6 o'clock this morning. She's going to be here until we leave and to serve. And so that's what it takes to be able to build an awesome team. That's what it takes to be able to have that. And so, yeah, give her a hand, please. And Karen Harris, another person like that, poking up like that, running our slides. So how do we do this? What is our goal? Our goal is to pursue excellence. And that's in everything we do. But guys, excellence is not perfection. Excellence is not even a skill. It's an attitude. It's an attitude of our heart that we first have to model, and we have to model to our team, that we can model back to those who are up on this platform, that we can model back to our audience, that, we may not have it all under control, but we're going to fake it. So we're looking like we've got this. We're going to, have that smile of like, we've got this. We're giving our absolute best. So we're not going to always be the best. And, you can look around at many other churches. There is much better technical equipment, even in this room, that's going to be much better flashing lights. There's always a bigger Bethel. There's always a Hillsong. There's always going to be more tech out there. So we're never going to be happy if we're going to be the best, but we can do the best of what we're giving. So I want to open it up to these guys. Share with me, what is one way that you feel like you do your best here at Family Church? Go for it, Tyler.
I don't. Oh, wait. So one thing that Family Church has taught me is patience, because things change a lot. And it's nobody's fault. It's just the nature of this area that we live in, the nature of our ministry. And especially with the pandemic, things are just changing minute by minute. There are days where we go, hey, we've got a video shoot at 4 o'clock today. And then at 11:30, I just found that out at 11. At 11:30, they go, hey, we're moving that video shoot to 1 o'clock. Okay, so a schedule changed. The pastor couldn't be there, or he had to work, and we didn't know he had to work. So one thing that I'm doing my best here at is teaching my team patience, to be ready to adapt to that change, no matter when it happens or how quickly it needs to happen, and how much it catches us by surprise.
I think for me, especially coming into the online recordings that we do each Wednesday night, preparation is the key. I think the more that I'm familiar with each element of the service to the point where I've got it memorized because I don't have time to read a script while we're in the middle of a multi-camera shoot, I've got to know what's coming a few steps before it happens and to prepare the cameras for that moment to happen. And so preparation is the key for me to be my best.
That's great. Anybody heard of the 5 Ps? Proper preparation prevents poor performance. I'm amazed I just remember that. But
That's impressive.
that's something that previous leadership team that Doug Letzum has shared with us that I just love that. It reminded me of that proper preparation prevents poor performance. For my audio guys, that didn't make any popping sound with all those P's. So, do you have anything else you want to say?
For me, at least, going back to that question is, like where I'm at my best is trying to help build a community behind the booth, really. You know, kind of, you know, on a typical Sunday morning, we're kind of the forgotten about people. So, you know, I'm just trying to help kind of have an anchor kind of in that community, you know, that is like kind of this like own small group in a way. But that's kind of where I find my best, is trying to build that community within, behind the booth.
That's great. So flexible, preparation, community. Write that down. That's great. That's great. These guys they came up with that. I didn't prompt them at all. So there's a saying.
It's not in my notes.
What's that?
It's not anywhere in my notes.
There's on a canvas in my wall in the office that I just want to share with you guys that I love looking at, and it just kind of helps set the posture of my heart, and I know these guys kind of share that. And it says, this job is not about being a button pusher. It's about helping people experience Jesus by creating an excellent, distraction-free environment. You set the stage, both literally and figuratively, for people to hear the most important message of all time, the gospel. So just because we're in this tech ministry, we're not exempt from having the same core value, being on the same mission as every other ministry in Family Church. We buy into the mission just as much as kids ministry is. We buy into the mission just as much as the student ministry, the worship ministry. We just have the opportunity to do this from a technical standpoint. And we get to do this by pouring into volunteers, and we get to do this by modeling a worship atmosphere. And we get to do this by building a distraction-free environment so that the rest of this congregation can be here and engage in worship. Does it always go perfectly as planned? No, unfortunately not. But we do absolute best. So this kind of goes with our big idea. The big idea is providing an excellent audio, video, and lighting experience within any church size and budget. So I mentioned earlier that we are multiple campuses. We've got multiple sites. So I guarantee you we probably have a size of your campus that we can match you with. Whatever church we're at. So we've got a campus as small as meets 100 to 300 to 600, as large as this one that seats about 1,000 people. So within that, we want to create a brand identity that just as if you see signage of Family Church at every campus, we want to have that same brand identity with our tech. So we want to have a gear that's selected for that room. Now, we can't just put $1 million budget in every single campus, but it can have that same kind of identity look. It may be TVs instead of a video wall, but we're going to use the TVs the same way we use these video walls to be able to create engaging graphics and even videos that needs to be created. So our pursuit is to create a standardization across the Family Church network that selects the best gear while implementing the best practices that equip the best team to serve the mission of Family Church. So anybody like Marcus Lemonis fans of The Prophet? Yes. Awesome. Trent, right? Yeah, I remembered it. Great. So glad you're back, Trent. So The Prophet, it's a TV episode on CNBC about a guy that goes and helps businesses, but he believes in the 3 Ps. So I talked about the 5 Ps. Now we're talking about the 3 Ps. But it's people, process, and product. And I just love that. I love latching onto, and I think that's the same 3 core values for us, where we care about the people. The people is the team that's up here, but also the team that runs the gear for us that's on a volunteer team. Just here today, we've got us 4 full-time people, but there's 10 other volunteer people that are giving up their time to be here, like Karen, like Katie, like Ted, like Charles. They're in different rooms running the tech so that we can sit up here and talk about our ministry and not have to run around. Right now, we are streaming without anybody up here right now making that happen. And that's because of an incredible team, incredible people like that are willing to serve. And we want to make this an attractable ministry to part of. We want to show our appreciation and show our care for them, because that's what, they're choosing to be here, and we cannot pull this out without them. So our people, we care about our process. Now, I geek out a little bit too much on processes. I'll admit that. Right here, I've kind of shared a few handouts. So there's a handbook that we created that I'd love for you guys. Feel free to check out. You can look through it, take it home, whatever you want. I can send it to you digitally so you can fill out your own church information, but it's just a complete introduction to what our production arts ministry is. It has all the positions. It has our core values. It even has even the 3 circles training that we use with all our ministries. But it's a field guide that anybody can just ask, like, hey, what is about your ministry? And we say, bam, here you go. Ask any kind of questions. And it's a great resource. Plus, like, we love to write out processes that are going to, set up our team for success. Well, just for today's conference with our volunteer, and you can ask any team member that we have a little field guide just for this conference that's 15 pages long, that's got every breakout room connected to every computer that we're using, that's got, help me out, that's got our MALs, our Master Order Worship, that's got our team contact information. That we are trying to over-communicate so we have everything given to their hands to set them up for success. So our people, our process, and our product. And our product is the gear that we have to use. It does take technical gear, but just because we spend the most money on gear means nothing. You've got to have the right people. You've got to have the right process, and then you can put in the right gear. So this is just a high altitude, big picture of what production arts ministry is. Tyler, I want you to kind of talk about, like, let's just narrow in, like, what does a daily week look like? Like, how do we plan? How do we communicate? What do we use to just kind of effectively share with our team to make Sunday happen?
Sure. So Ross is our network tech director, so he's overseeing all of our campuses and talking to the 14 campus guys on a weekly basis. When they have a week that they need off, they contact him and he'll get coverage for that. But on the more neighborhood level, I am the one contacting everybody for our downtown campus. That includes our Sunday morning worship as well as our Family Church at Home recordings, which we do Wednesday night. So on a Monday morning when I come in, I spend half of my day talking with our volunteers, scheduling volunteers, looking at the next 4 to 6 weeks to make sure that I have coverage for every position that I need. I have a pretty good idea of when people aren't going to be here. They've gotten good at letting me know, hey, I'm going to be on vacation in 8 weeks. I know I'm going to be out of town this week, so I can plan around that accordingly. I also work with Michael to schedule camera volunteers. He knows how he wants them scheduled, so I let him put them where he wants them. But I always make sure he's in the loop, and I always double check to make sure he has camera volunteers, because sometimes there's a spot that doesn't get filled and he's like, hey, I can't find anybody. So the biggest part of that is communication. Like, if I am always talking to our volunteers when they're on site, so I'm just touching base with them, like, hey, how you doing? What's going on with your life? Everything good? And if I don't see them for several weeks, I will reach out to them, and I have conversations with them on a regular basis just to make sure that I know what's going on. They know that we care about them, because we do. It's more than just the job. I care about who they are and what they're doing, and I care about them as a person more than I care about them being here for the job. If they decide tomorrow that they don't want to serve with us anymore, that's great. We'll still be friends. I'm still going to see them at church. They're still going to be here. If they want to serve on the First Impressions team, we'll get them hooked up with that. Like, we just care about them as people. So that's the biggest part of this whole thing, is just making sure that I know them, understand their tendencies and what they want to do. Some of our volunteers only want to serve once a month. And Ross may not know that off the top of his head, but I know that because I schedule them every week. And that's okay, because he's got a lot more on his plate to worry about. So there's that, and then we do a production meeting every Monday where we talk about what's going on network-wide over all the campuses, as well as stuff that's happening locally. And we just go through and assign projects and items that need to get done and taken care of. And we talk about prospects for who, like the student ministry mentioned this kid that might want to help on tech, so we're going to try and reach out to him this week. And sometimes they already have a contact with that person, so we'll let that go to whoever already knows the person. And then ultimately training. A lot of it comes down to me. I'll let Matt do a lot of the audio training. Pro presenter, I'm mainly training I'll train worship guys as well as our volunteers, and I'm even flexible enough to go. Like I went to one of our campuses last week and trained one of our new worship leaders. So network-wide, I'm helping with that as well. There's a couple of our worship leaders that are really good at pro, better than I am, but they're slammed with other work that they're doing. So I'll step in and I'll help and train people where we need to. And I don't know what else.
That's great. So what you really do is you allow ownership, and you train the people. So instead of Katie sitting there like, oh, problem, she's saying, oh, I see a problem, I'm going to fix it. I'm going to take care of that.
Generally on a Wednesday night and a Sunday morning, if I've done my job correctly for the week, I get to sit back and anything that comes up, they know how to fix it. And I get to sit back and just be at church and talk to people and just help build our ministry by building relationships with people that are not yet in our team.
That's good. Before we go to Q&A, is there anything you guys wanted to kind of hit on and say? No? All right, cool. All right, so honoring you guys' time, we're going to shift to question and answers. Feel free to ask anything as possible that you want. Ask your question. We'll repeat it back into the microphone so everybody can hear, so our friends on the streaming side can hear. But yeah, hit us up. Yes, sir.
So the previous session was talking about basically your baptisms and how you're doing them right now with iPhones and people using that. So contrast with me what you're talking about with excellence, which we've been living in, all of us in here for the last, umpteen years. And they're saying now, your creative directors they're really in kind of pursuit of this, like stripping it down, allowing shaky video, and quote unquote fixing it in post. How is that going to translate, if you will, for what we're doing now?
Yeah, great question. Feel free if y'all want to answer that. So baptisms is the one thing that we allow to be shot outside of our video team. So that is the rare exception, but that's why it's part of pursuing excellence, not perfection. So, we create a document. We even, send out examples of like, hey, this is how to shoot it. So we require it to, preferably with an iPhone, just because we know, the settings will look at that, do a wider shot, 1080 at 60 frames, so that when we go into post edit, we can start it out with the baptisms, and every time it will slow down. So we'll take those speeds and go a little bit slower, so you can go into the water, come back up, and experience that. But that doesn't always happen. We went and shot, the three of us, a baptism of our team member. And
Maybe
it was probably
the worst one we've done.
One of the worst ones. Okay, it was. But that's, you got to allow it to happen. And Seth said it great too. Is like, we wouldn't not show a baptism. Like, what's a better life story than seeing the transformation of death to life. So we're going to do the best we can to equip people to be able to know how to shoot a baptism. So you put a phone in anybody's hands, because that is the world we're living in. Like, everybody has to understand and know what kind of the tech world that we're in, and be a part of it. But we have to allow that to pass sometimes, and overlook it.
Well, and our creative director and video team created a document that explains exactly what we need from that video. So if they're doing a baptism, they're going to get that piece of paper that says, these are the standards that you have to follow. We know it's not going to be perfect, but we at least need this to make it workable. So,
Trent. Yeah, so there is a template that shows the name of, like, so it's like Seth creates it, that we'll go across from that. So say from this person, from this campus. So I guess drag and drop and just in the edit, and then we just combine the videos together, slow it down. So it's about a 20-minute process. From there, the video is exported. So when we capture, all we have to do is just play that from our ProPresenter computer and overlay the Google lyrics on top of that. Other questions? Let's switch it up. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'm sensing the question in from you from that. So I want to honor that, and then I want these guys to speak in that as well. That we feel you that every single church had to up their tech level in some way. So everybody just got a little more techie. Whether you have a tech person or it's even the pastor themselves, they had to understand that because they're getting the questions asking like the pastor is having to deal with why is the streaming not good? Like how can we tune into streaming? What is streaming? And like you said, y'all start out with Zoom. Great. That's where you guys started. But there's other platforms to go. And so, my biggest, encouragement to you for that is, ask for help. There's local integrators, there's great training resources, there is the University of YouTube that I absolutely adore and love that's free, that, find the subjects, ask around people, use us as resources. So I've got business cards right here. Any kind of questions that you want to be able to get on the next level, we'd love to kind of help you kind of get to that. So ask around people, but the biggest thing is find teenagers. Teenagers are figuring out how to stream on their PlayStation 4, whatever platform, better than some churches. They are, buying cheap equipment, getting encoders, getting online. I guarantee you, in your congregation, there's probably that teenager that can kind of learn that. And so they grasp technology so much faster. They are enthralled in this technology. They've been prepped for that. They've been prepped for the being at home isolations because that's all they do at home. But find those kind of people and, be okay with asking questions, be okay with saying, I don't know how to do this. How can can we help?
Yeah, my encouragement would be make an ask from the stage on a Sunday morning. Have your pastor say, hey, we need help with technology. Is there anybody here who knows that, who would be willing to volunteer and come and teach us some stuff? And even if nobody in your church right now does it, they might know somebody that does. And they might be able to bring them to help and just give you some encouragement and show you some things that you didn't know. But you may have the equipment that you need, you just don't know how to use it yet. So.
Yes, sir.
That's a great question. So far, we haven't had an issue with that. So people that are coming to serve, we had one instance since I've been here where a friend brought somebody, or one of our volunteers brought a friend who needed some service hours, but he was like, he's really good at tech, I think he's going to like it. He served for 2 Sundays for about 2 hours each, and we never saw him again. So that's the only instance where we had that type of issue, but really it was just where he gets community service papers signed and get done with his commitment that he had to have. But generally, we haven't had an issue with that. The people that are coming onto our team most of them are self-identifying, either through our First Connection membership class or they're talking to another church staff after the service and they go, hey, I really love to do video. So then we'll get their contact info and reach out to them. If I had to do that, if it was in a position to do that, I don't know how I would, because that's a hard thing to ask because everybody's schedule is different. Like, Katie could, I'll give you an example. Katie works at WPTV right here downtown, and she works Thursday through Sunday from 4 to 8:30 a.m., and she still comes and serves here on Sunday mornings. So prior to that schedule, she was working Monday through Thursday instead, so she was available on Sundays and she was here all day. So we just made an adjustment with her schedule. We adjusted with her to be able to accommodate what her work schedule is because she still wants to be here. So we're very flexible with our volunteers and what they can do and what they want to do, and we're not going to pressure you to be here. We have a couple volunteers who haven't been comfortable coming back to church yet. So, but we're still in contact with them. We're still talking to them all the time to encourage them to come back when they're ready. So. Yeah.
What time? 4 a.m.? Oh, bless you.
What type of venue are you in? What type of venue are you in? Okay. I'm just glad it's not a movie theater. Those are hard.
Well, what's your name? Jason. Jason, on behalf of this team and everybody here, like, man, being part-time, being volunteer, or whatever, a tech director, man, I just want to acknowledge that and just thank you for doing that for your church, because it could be easily a 40-plus hour work week that you're to do, and you're not getting compensated for that. But man, the beauty thing is your reward is in heaven. But I just want to thank you for serving your church so faithfully, especially within this. So your question is, what kind of training resources can be provided that you can look for? Are you more thinking audio, video, lighting, or all above? Yeah. Sure. What kind of console do you have? Minus M32. Okay. So I'll tell you why I answered that, asked that question first. But a great, incredible resource that I absolutely love that's, fairly new, it's called MXU. There is an investment that takes within that you have to pay a monthly fee, but there is a free 30-day trial. But that is like the go-to resource that I would say to anybody now. And Lee Fields, one of the guys that did it, has actually just did a full series on the M32. So you could take that and just go through those segments and watch through that. The cool thing about M32 is there is a app you can download on your computer that has the full console absolutely free. But yeah, you probably can't take that console home with you and mess around with that. But you could download that, load your show profile on your computer, and be able to mix from that. Another thing is also, I don't think it would be a bad thing is maybe ask your pastor, ask your team, can I take the console home for a weekend? Sure, absolutely. Yeah. Any other ideas?
I also wonder if you could maybe work out with your pastor and the venue if you could do like a worship rehearsal one week, like where you get an extra night in the room, your whole worship team comes, you get your volunteers there, you set it up, you get time just to play with the equipment and get more comfortable with it.
Sure.
So you might be able to work that out with the venue.
I'll get to your question. Have you heard of a thing called virtual sound check? So it's a beautiful digital thing now that there is a little investment on that. But by having the M32, you can get, we can talk about the actual equipment that actually happens, but basically to be able to have individual tracks recorded onto your console that you don't actually have to have the band on stage for, but you could sit there and mix with. So you want to just dial in an EQ on a kick drum. By having that recording of a dry kick drum, you could sit there in your venue and just mix all you want to be able to do that. So we could talk more about that, but that's a great, incredible resource. Is like we use it in our broadcast room. We use it here in our front of house that we could sit here anytime in the hour we want and just play back a rehearsal as a practice session. John from Fort Lauderdale First Baptist. It's a great idea.
Yeah.
For the people in the back, because John just incredible answer, best answer. Find other churches that are like-minded, that are in similar circumstances, and submit yourself with them. They're not going to try to steal you. They're not going to be like, oh, no, I'm going to take you on your team like that. But they're willing to, hey, your rehearsal's on Thursday nights. Ours is on Wednesday night. Come sit with us and do a mix. And then they can become a resource to you if I be able to ask questions. Great. Thanks for sharing that. Any other questions? How are you guys' live stream going? Are you pleased with that? Yes. The quality of your streaming. Does it sound well to you? That's awesome. It's cool. Sir. Cool. Any other questions? Hey, John Stepp, Family Church Gardens.
He's just telling you 5 minutes.
He's telling me if I got 5 minutes. That's a great answer.
That's his question.
According to my room host, we have 5 minutes left. Okay. Well,
I thought we went till 12:15.
Yes, John. Broadcast video. I would love for our video director to answer that question. Okay, I would be happy to. So, I just want a chance for you to answer. So, it was a very interesting journey how we went on doing our video side. So, we went in the very beginning of the pandemic, we tried to go to a living room atmosphere. So our first round of cameras, we bought was 4 Blackmagic Ursa Mini 4Ks. That we could use in a smaller, in our fellowship hall. We turned it into a living room. The next set, we did a true grit, like Western theme kind of set. We did them on tripods, handheld cameras. Then we shifted into here. So we still have the 4 Blackmagic Ursa Mini 4Ks, but if you see on the tripods, we have Panasonic Vericams as well. So previously we had Panasonic cameras, so these are just kind of step up of we wanted to capture a cinematic look. We wanted to get us up in the 1080 world. And we wanted to kind of match the style of what cameras work's being done. So we've got a lot, if you see at this morning's session, a lot of handy cam kind of movement kind of shots. It's not just the tripods kind of moving like that. And even one of the tripods is on a dolly to allow movement. As well as if you see this camera right here on a gimbal, it's a Blackmagic Pocket Cinema 4K. So it's a little bit lighter of a camera. Our camera operator can kind of do more movements. We try to make it look like a kind of jibs kind of shots. But that is the infrastructure. Do you want to talk about anything of the process of the kind of the cameras, your kind of philosophy, anything?
We want to let the people at home feel that they're part of the service. So we're trying to immerse them in the middle of the action. And I never get a chance to preach, so this is my one chance.
Hey man, to preach. Go for it.
The Bible talks about worshiping with the heart and in truth. And the heart is what we really are trying to engage in the people. It'd be so easy for them to check out, to fall asleep, or to become distracted sitting at home. So we really try to immerse them into the feeling of it, the emotion of it, and the heart of it. And that is done through all the process you just described, through adding the motion, the capturing the close-ups of the guitar players, and of course the facial expressions, the body language, and we're trying to capture all that through the very thing that you said.
Excellent.
And we're running a Ross Carbonite switcher upstairs. So
frame rate. 1920 by 1080
this question.
At 29 frames. I chuckle because we have dabbled in the 24 frames because we do want that cinematic look. So when we did individual capture of cameras, especially when we did like a backstage set, we go for that more mystic kind of look, and so we have dabbled 24. Now, 24 is horrible on the broadcasting mixing side. And I'm about to get cut off on this wonderful answer to the question. But so we are at 29.97 here.
I'll allow it.
That clock says 47. Teardeck Bolt 500s. Teardeck, Teara, yeah, DEK. Bolt, like lightning bolt, 500. So there's a 500 series and a 1,000 series. They're sitting at like a transmitter and receiver right under $800. The 500 series allows us to be battery operated. So I can show you how it's kind of set up here, but obviously to be able to be wireless, we can kind of connect that all to a V-mount battery. And allows a low latency, so we're only about 3 milliseconds of that. And we're done.
Hey, we can keep going, but we got lunch. I want to get them fed.
Absolutely.
But can we give our tech team, or just our production arts team, a round of applause real quick? And then we also just want to make sure that all of you guys know that you are a vital part of your church, whether you've been the full-time tech director for a while or if this is a role that you've inherited and you've stepped into this during this season of COVID. Know that each of you guys are instrumental in telling the gospel every single Sunday. And you guys play a big part of that. And I love, one of my favorite things is our mission statement you guys were talking about. We always say you all do so much more than ever pushing a button. You do so much more than ever just moving a knob. You guys are ministering and helping the pastor actually shepherd now in an avenue that they might not have ever done at your church before. So I want to make sure you guys feel affirmed with that and know that the rest of your church understands, hey, you guys are allowing the message of the gospel to go forward. So just be affirmed with that. We also want to let you guys know that each of our team members are full access to you. So Ross has his business cards. If we don't have it, Tyler does. Matt might. If not, we'll write them on a sticky note for you. So we want to
give you his Instagram handle.
Yes. So have y'all started collecting your Call Me Maybe cards? All right. So there's cards all around that you want to match up. We gave little business cards out for you to write things on. You'll find them all throughout the campus, and you can write your information exchange. We'd encourage you guys, connect with each other. This is a community right here of the church, the people of the Church of Jesus Christ, so we can learn from each other. So we're about to head to lunch now.
Can I add one last thing? I'm so sorry.
Ross,
so if there's
course.
any area of actual gear, like we're pointing to things that you want to see, front of house, video switching room, audio broadcast, the rack, just flag any of us down. We'll be happy to take you up there, show anything. We'll do small groups so that it's coronafied, but that I am done.
That's
now.
perfect. No,
thank
you
the mic
for,
off.
No, you're good.
Mute me.
So we have our lunch now, scheduled right after this. We're about to roll to that. We have some Cuban food for you, some Don Ramon. So if you haven't had that before, you're in for a treat. If you had, you know that you're getting something good. Our next breakout sessions will start at 1 p.m. So you have about an hour and 10 minutes. I'm going to let you all go so you can beat the rush and get a table to sit down. We have seatings outdoors. If you're from up north, if you're a Floridian like us, it's way too cold outside. We got seating all throughout inside as well. And then our tech team will be in here. This is a great time if you want to grab lunch and then set up a time where they can show you some of our equipment. We're more than happy to do that. So we love you guys. Go ahead. Why don't we go ahead, grab some lunch. 1 o'clock will be your next breakout time. Great job, guys. That was really, really good.
Congratulations, you're an audio engineer. Yeah, I kept track of that. Whatever you called that, I forgot already. The meter. There you go. I had to put Christian soda.
This is the central hub.
Yeah.
Oh, is this, always looks good here. Always checking out stuff. See what people are using and how they're using it. So Alan and Heath? D-Live, so 35 minutes. That one I'm starting to see more of.
Yeah, I think Rome, he just really geared their focus towards on churches and stuff. But like, it's a great concept. As you said, it's starting to get a lot of traction. It's kind of like a baby digital.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
But I mean, I had like analog, a lot of Allen and Heath, and then
it just kind of fell off. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was just, Digidesign D Show venue. I mean, that was where stuff moved. First Fort Lauderdale, we had some sort of cataclysmic explosion before the 2019 pageant, and the contractors that are coming in now just hate it. They call it the dueling desks. They bought two. I'm not a Yamaha guy, so two 72-channel Yamaha desks. They cascaded together. Two CFI.
That sounds really good.
It's the big one.
Yeah. CFI.
And but 144 inputs between the two. Choir, orchestra, which all that's gone. But they never wanted to unpackage. So it's just this, so I'm getting ready to gut.
That was the whole process I went through because we had the same thing. We had like all these platforms. This was part.
Yeah, well, I mean, because this was a historic first church. So you guys went through this evolution.
Yeah. So we went through a very similar thing. Like I had to go, and then I think it was like a second or third thing where I did a full transformation, and like we had to gut like everything. But I mean,
luckily they've got some Dante underpinning with Rios and Tios, but still, it's just, and I found a church that seems like would kill for some Yamaha gear and hates their S6L. I'm like, you're hating on your S6Ls? Can we trade these?
That's like one of my favorite concepts.
But it's just, for me, it's getting to a workflow that I've just never been a Yamaha fanboy. First foray where I was a DM1000 and an LS9. They were just never linear.
Yeah, that's
I mean, and the CL being one of the new kids, it's still around your elbow to get to your thumb.
Yeah, that's my I've had the same experience.
Well, how do you guys either? But then I've done some master classes with some folks from Disney, and a lot of Disney is Yamaha. And some of their top audio guys, it's Yamaha or nothing. But then like Hyperion, they're big performance theater in the West Coast, they put in the Studer. And it's like, wait a minute, I thought you were Yamaha fanboys. And the A1 over there is like, he's like, well, we don't have to do this system. Yeah, Panasonic projection Yamaha desks, but no, I wanted a Studer, so we have a Studer at Hyperion.
I know.
No, I was just going to say, but you're doing high order theater. So if you've got some use case for a Studer, okay. I think live first, because that's what your venue is.
That's how I've always processed it, at least until really COVID struck. I'm a live first guy. Like before all this, I used to just be just a touring engineer.
Okay.
So I was all over the secular world. But once COVID hit, it's I learned more about broadcasting than I ever wanted.
So are you doing a split for broadcast?
Yeah. So I can walk you up there if you want. But over Dante, we're sending a Dante line to our video room, and then another Dante line over to our audio suite, which is we're running the waves, Sunridge, all that.
It's like where I was.
whole team. la señora, ¿cómo está? I didn't do it. You like that, Matt? I didn't do it.
Oh, it's fantastic. I love it.
Huh?
I love it. Try clearing up.
You did already.
You did?
Tyler's back there.
Something happened to the friends. Or the format.
Well, I guess if you're doing every other. Yeah, Tyler's back there right now, so. I sent a message to everybody in class. Finally saw his phone.
Yeah, I guess you need to do it that way. You're doing every other.
All of his books are interrelated with each other.
Oh, that's right.
So the main series you would read from him is the Circle series, which is literally you can pick up any book in the series and read straight through them because it's a literal circle.
So they all just refer to one another? Okay.
Well, it's a linear story that you can start in any book but still end up back at the beginning. So,
what's it about? Or like, what's it like? Just like a quick.
So the Circle series is actually kind of like the rise and fall, you know, creation, the fall, redemption.
Okay.
It's kind of like that story. Yeah. So depending on what book you start, it's a different character. It's just a different.
You blew a fuse. Ah.
I think it's black. That's like the fall. The spring and the fall.
That was great. All I see is a splat.
The book is in two places at once. So the main character has two realities. So he's awake in one, and he's asleep in the other. The other is awake in one. So there's the real world that's currently in, I think, Denver at the time.
Yeah.
And then you have the fantasy that's supposed to take his part. There's a plague going on in the road. One is the plague of the heart. Like you, and fantasy is the real plague. Stay close to the water. You start to go, and you turn into pretty much. You like your Eli? Oh, I love it. I don't get the play on it, you know? I play the GLDs.
But yeah, no, this is
We have
good.
the Avantis, we like it.
I'm not gonna lie, it's like one of my favorite consoles.
It's a nice
Look,
console.
Yeah. The screen is just, the size of the screen is just amazing.
It's very nice.
got the D-Line package with it too. Yeah. It's nice. We haven't had it long, but I mean, it's a new console.
Yeah, it's only been out, I think, about a year now.
Yeah, we got it about, we probably had it about 4 or 5 months. It's not bad. It's a nice little console. Just like it.
They blew something happened. I think the circuit failed. So they're fixed on it. But yeah, no. I know we recorded on one when we're in our fellowship hall pre-recordings. We had one and we're using that as a surface to then go plug in the reverb. But man, like
It's a useful console. You can do all kinds of stuff with it, especially having the package that comes with it with the D-Live. You got all the processing you need. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. It's nice. It's a nice console. Easy to get around.
You guys run Dante with it too? Yeah. Okay. That's like, in my opinion, it's like one of the best features.
Yep. It's great.
Yeah, it's the best.
Yep.
So, Grace Fellowship? Are you technical director over there?
Kind of wear a lot of hats. How's that? Technical, tech, everything from that to IT world, everything. I kind of do it all. Wear a lot of hats. There you go. Yeah. There you go. So I kind of do a lot of different things. Now on your Wednesday, when you guys do your Wednesday recordings, are you doing
I had 3 and also 2 red ones this morning.
Have you had your thyroid check?
But I mean, I'm not necessarily lethargic. I'm just
what you guys do back afterward. But basically, I'm doing
I can still function.
stereo mixed band. This was before, we're not doing it.
I always say
And then we went back and we tried called Folks. I went back and mixed all that shit down later. I just don't have time. I don't have time to do a full one. I don't have time to mix down everything. So I don't know what you guys do. What do you guys usually do?
So our process is, I'm doing that all every program.
Yeah, I'm talking about for your broadcast stuff.
We have a Dante line, we have a Wing Evo show.
Yep.
So we're running that, and then we record on Reaper, and then we'll play back, remix in a couple hours, remix, and then bounce it, and then get it on the flash drive. So, simple, but
That's my problem. We don't have the man hours to do it all right now. So that's what we did. We did that for a while until now we're just doing straight line back to straight line again. I mean, we have it for the broadcast, not the front of house. Yep.
I know. I think we're on track to start doing that.
Yeah, we started probably about.
Thanks for fixing it.
Maybe we did it at the end of December.
Right
at the end of the right toward the end of the year. We started fixing it.
I didn't fix it.
I know we've been kind of sending dealers out like
It just came up and it was gone and I changed it.
So that's one day we picked
pop a circuit breaker
on the broadcast room and all that. Okay.
So I did
that was kind of big for us then. I didn't do it. Yeah, I know before we had waves, I know we were just had the front house and running the Reaper, and then that was kind of it. It was it. Yeah. So you're probably saying that's your process.
Well, right now, that's what we were doing. Now we're just doing. Now we have.
I'm a grown man child.
For our broadcast, it's just Dante over to them, and he just mixes it. He does a live. He does a broadcast mix for our live.
Rice Krispie.
Before we just recorded it.
Find one.
Multi-track. We didn't. Like I said, I was just mixing up Because we didn't have time to go back. The only thing we had time to go back and do was just do a vocal mix. So basically, we did a live. We multi-tracked it, but we just did a live stereo and on top of it. And then I went back, and we went back and did all the vocals.
So you just multi-tracked vocals?
Well, we had the ability, but we just did the. We just did because we didn't have time to do it. Yeah, don't get it. We didn't have time to do. I mean, we spent hours just going back and doing vocals alone. So I'm like, forget that. We ain't got time to mix with the band. Let's just do a straight raw mix. I mean, it sounded fine. You know, it was just like a mix. You know, a broadcast. It was fine. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. And then we just left it alone because people know it's not. I mean, people know it's not. Did that. So it worked out okay. And now we're just going back to. I don't know. To the.
We don't really have a I just leave right now. I'm just here just because I got nothing else.
Where's your guys' broadcast?
So,
yeah, I'm checking everything. You got time?
Oh, so that's just going to be having students on, like putting students in the room. I don't think so. We're going to create a position for
Excellent job. Excellent. Thank you.
I knew he was going to do it.
Should have threw it harder.
So it's our attempt to do it in a little bit of pain. We're not doing like it's like 12 songs. You can look at this. This is just us playing separately. It's just good.
That's what I figured. I was like, because there's 5 iterations of all my soul.
I think,
so I hear it's on there like 5 times.
I think I only have one in there. There's like, so the melody
It's played like 5 times already.
Okay, yeah.
It's played like 5 times.
So it's a follow-up. The remix, the slow one, and the live one.
all back on the back.
I had to add this. Yeah, I wasn't worried about the warehouse. No, I wasn't worried about it. That way, we do.
Oh yeah, that song that we wrote called "Save." Yeah, we never released it. Yeah. Well, but we also talked about songwriting. We talked today about being open to like the box. Like don't put yourself in a box. Literally sit down and write what you're feeling and what you're seeing is being felt in the moment. And that song may be used tomorrow or maybe 10 years down the road. Some of the paintings, some of the songs were written in 2015 and 2016.
Who's got those songs that you've never heard? That are just sitting there.
And some of them will never really meet them. That's the thing. There are songs that like have meanings and they have meaning behind them, and every single thing is intentional. It's just some don't really see the light of day. They'll never do it.
Tyler, let's practice you open again.
Am I opening?
You're opening up your first song at 3 o'clock.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
I'll be fine, I guess. For these things, my in-ears and my pack is never right, so I just kind of go with faith, and we'll see where it takes me. You know?
Preach.
What kind of stuff are you? So he works for immigration. Yeah. What kind of stuff are you selling?
Really,
Okay, I wasn't sure if it doesn't New Tech have stuff where it's essentially you still have all the stuff, but then it can.
There are systems. There are systems that are switching the NPCs, but those are not. They're not good for live.
These are really not heavy.
Here's an audio.
I always thought I was a great score.
Kevin is our garden skins tech. And I talked to him yesterday. He said, "Give out my phone number here on my email."
Oh, I get it. I'm the same way. I try to go when it's empty, because crowded's me. No, I don't get along. Yeah.
All right, we gotta head to the fellowship hall.
You suck.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Gotta hit to the amazing people. No, this is light though. To the microphones that we had at school, they were like at least 5-10 pounds.
Yeah. I've dealt with lighter. Yeah, again, those were like cheap.
Yeah.
So I'm ready to go. And this is my information.
Is Angel here? He's supposed to be my co-host. But, I guess it's me. I'll hand them to these guys. Which one should I use? 11 or 12? I mean, it's really important. I'm kidding.
So that way they're in order.
Sure. So 11, 12.
I just got here from Puerto Rico. It was awesome. So we go way back, and I love Korean. I love Grace Fellowship, and I live right to the
You came and filmed when we were in between abortions. Yep, you filmed there for a while. Yep. When I got here, I was what do you guys know?
But then we can change all this stuff.
I told him yesterday, I said, hey, Angela, you're great, but I want to meet your bearded man. I want to meet that man that does it all.
I am that man.
So, awesome, man. Good to meet you. Yeah, good to meet you. What breakout session are you going to next?
This one, actually.
Okay. So how long have you been at Grace Fellowship for?
I've been at Grace. It's been working out well. I like it.
Hey, y'all, how you doing? Good. Enjoying the conference so far?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's up? My name's Tyler.
I'm Graham.
Graham?
Noah.
Noah. Where are you guys from? Jacksonville. Okay. What church up there in Jacksonville?
It's actually south of Jackson, Hibernia Baptist.
Okay.
It's like, you know where Orange Park is or anything?
Yes. I've been up there a few times. I have a few friends that live up there in that way. That's a big city. Jacksonville is crazy. That's awesome. Great. What breakouts have you been to so far?
We went to the one in here first, something.
Okay.
And then we went to the laborers or few.
Nice. That's a good one. Who was speaking on that one? That's probably
Okay. Yeah, Pastor Derek. Yeah, he's our lead. He's our pastor for our downtown campus. That's awesome. Well, cool. Great to meet you guys. Hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Having a good time. We're gonna have some fun later on in the session, in the big session too. So we'll have some fun later. So, good to see you. Good to meet you. Hey. Good to see you again. All right. All right. Yeah, 5 minutes.
How's it going, guys? Where you guys from?
All right. I mean, I'm just going to welcome everyone and then turn it over.
Yeah, I'd say welcome and just introduce, like, say steps to creative pastor. Give me whatever title you want to give me.
What's your title?
I'm technically a creative ministry associate.
Is that what you want to be called?
You can just say, hey, Christian works in the worship and creative. He's a worship leader and a creative for Family Church, what you can say. So, or just call me the associate. I don't care. Whatever you want.
The associate. Capital T and capital A.
Exactly.
Currently the president of Florida Baptist Convention?
No idea.
That one.
Me?
Yeah, I gave you the mic.
I'm holding microphones.
Go for it. I want to practice.
Hello. Welcome. Getting close. Do you need something? Or are you heading to a breakout?
I'm trying to get a slide to a breakout.
Oh, okay. I don't know who that is. But I don't think it belongs there anymore. Just further out of the way. Who's it?
Ross.
Gotcha. Howard. Hey y'all, welcome in. How are you? Great, how you guys doing? We're going conference so far?
Yeah, man.
Great. Great. Hey, do y'all need the board?
Huh?
Do y'all need the board for your talk?
No, we have it. It's all on here.
Because I can't carry it on
Yeah. I'd say just give us that 5-minute warning in the 10 minutes. They text you. Are you in that group text?
Yeah, 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes. It's 10 minutes at 12:40.
12:38.
Or 12:38, yeah. I'll kick it off whenever you guys are ready.
Yeah, I mean, let's ask Seth. I think we might need to. There's so many people still trickling from there.
This track. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Did y'all have a great lunch? I love Don Ramone's. It's one of my favorite places around here. I hope you had a great time. Well, my name is Tyler Sherrod. I'm one of our worship ministers for one of our campuses here at Family Church, and I'm so glad that you chose to join us for this breakout. You guys are going to get some great insights, some great minds to pick in the next hour or so. Some of my good friends are going to be talking about moments in our services. We have coming up to speak, I'll start with, should I start with Pastor Seth Carter? He is our creative pastor, and he literally has more ideas in his mind than I can count, and great thoughts to pick. So he's going to be coming up along with his associate creative minister, pastor, the associate, we call him, the associate with a capital A, is Christian Rodriguez. And these guys literally have just ideas upon ideas upon ideas that you guys don't even know what to do with them. So we're going to have a great time talking about moments in our services, and I'm going to pass it over to these guys. So I hope you enjoy and have a great time. All right, let's do it. That's yours.
Hey, can we get another mic? Good, we got one. Okay. How's it going, everybody? How you liking the conference so far? Yeah? Pretty good?
I like that. Come on, Lorenzo.
Please. I could listen to Lorenzo sing literally all day.
Honestly, we can just do that instead of the breakout if everyone's down. Wow.
We would all be better for it. All right. I always like to start just taking a survey of the room. How many people are involved in, it doesn't necessarily have to be like you actually play music, but how many people in this room are involved in planning your church's Sunday weekend worship services? All right. What about like midweek youth services, anything like that? Anybody? All right. How many people oversee somebody that plans weekend worship services? You just keep nodding, man. All right. All right, cool. I want to kind of always get an idea of who we're talking to. So this creative breakout is called Moment Minded. It's probably kind of like, if I could go back in time and workshop it a little bit more, I probably would have inserted like the word creative into it somewhere, because it's a little confusing maybe of what we actually mean. But
if you want to leave now, you can, and we won't be hurt by it.
Seriously,
So, she was ready to go. She's like, I got the okay.
Yeah, well, no, but seriously, one of the things that we do here at Family Church, and in our department specifically in the creative ministry, is we help in every single service insert what we would call a moment. And in this talk, we're going to define that. We're going to kind of explore what that is. We're also going to give some examples of how that plays out. And this is a way of how we do our weekends. It is not the way. All right. I would actually love, we're going to have a time of Q&A at the end. I would love to hear how you incorporate these things in your ministries as well, giving your insights and your wisdom afterwards during the question and answer, anytime you want to. But we're just going to talk a little bit about how we express our creative talents here at Family Church on primarily, first, our online offering, Family Church at Home is what we call it, and then also how it kind of bleeds into our live services.
And we're still learning this. I mean, we used to go from planning one service every couple months to then our pastor really pushing us through COVID-19, saying, hey, let's make this a weekly thing. So this is just our observations of all of our trial and error and what we're finding out works and what our church has been responding to. So we would also love to hear from you guys what you're doing at your church and how we can continue to grow, because this is something we're still learning so much of how to do.
All right, let's take a look real quick. We start every single one of these breakouts. We always want to start with a biblical foundation, and so creativity obviously is very important. Why is it important? Well, it's informed by our Creator. All right, creativity is important to God. In fact, what's the first verse in the Bible say? In the beginning, what did God decide to do? He created. It's an outpouring of who he is. He is a creator. So any creative person that you meet, and probably a lot of people in this room are creative people themselves, you're bearing an imprint of your creator. You are reflecting something that God is very passionate about, because he chose at the very beginning to create and express himself, something that would give him great glory, right? And so we're actually at our most fulfilled, we believe, here at Family Church, and in all of Christendom also probably believes this, where when we create things for God's glory, that's actually the most pure expression of creativity that we possibly could do. And so, and in the beginning, God created, Genesis 1:1. It doesn't get simpler than that. We see it right at the very beginning of the Bible that God has a passion about creativity. Now, when we begin to create with the purposes of glorifying God, I like to call it like we join the family business. All right. Like that's God's business. God is in the work of creating. He calls things to life. Just like we sung about this morning, right? We're saying that God says live. When God says something, it happens. When God says something to breathe life, it becomes alive. And so our form of creativity, we talked about this a little bit this morning. Our form of creativity is a little bit messier. It's definitely a lot more sinful. But if we can direct our worship at Christ, if we can direct the tuning fork in our hearts towards glorifying God with what we make and what we create, to me, there's no sweeter music. And it doesn't have to be music, as we're going to talk about in a second. Sierra, what you got?
On that topic, so also to the next topic, what is a moment? So something that we've liked to do, we have trouble defining it sometimes, so we went ahead and gave a definition for you guys and a pronunciation on the top. So we define it as a specific time within a service dedicated to a unique expression of an idea that magnifies Christ, it edifies the believer, and stirs up the local church to greater gospel mission. So we've really been challenging ourselves in each of our services to have a moment. I like to think of it as like a sticky memory of when people from our church walk away. If we're able to incorporate a moment, whether it's through the worship, whether it's in the middle of the sermon, whether it's in the post-sermon, that will help them remember everything from that Sunday. It's going to allow them to also remember the sermon itself. We know that oftentimes we can't necessarily remember what people have said to us in our past, but you might have that elementary teacher or that coach in your life that you remember how you made them feel. And we're hoping that in these moments we can evoke an emotion from the people that are attending, the people that are watching, and evoking that emotion would help them put the pieces back together in their mind of what happened on that Sunday morning in that service. And we see moments all throughout the Bible. You read the Gospels, you read really anything. We see Jesus feeding the 5,000. We see all these miracles, and these are moments that when you think about the story of the Bible, you're constantly thinking of these different moments. So we're trying to implement that into our Sunday morning worship experience, and we're really trying to partner with our pastors that are teaching the Word of God and saying, hey, allow us to come alongside of you, and we as your worship team and your creative team want to support the message that you are giving. We want to be able to tell the same story through this service, and this is our attempt to be able to make that even more of a collaboration between our creatives on our platform, our volunteers, and our pastors who are actually preaching that message that day.
Yeah, we can speak to that if you want to hear more a little bit about, we spoke about that in detail this morning when we spoke about our method in the madness breakout. I'm horrible at naming breakouts. Like, you never know what we're going to talk about whenever I name them. But so we're going to dial in just a second of giving actual examples of some things that we did. And it's a moving target, right? It's a process. I mean, who has learned more in the past year than they have in the last 5 years? I don't know about you guys. Like, I'm on the treadmill that won't slow down, and I'm at the point now I'm rolling on the ground, begging someone to pull the red release key, just every week I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, we did that wrong. All right. That was wrong. And, we're just learning new things every single, we found so many ways not to do stuff. But we also picked up some really cool, things that have resonated with our people. And honestly, not the first ideas out of the gate that we would expect. A lot of the things that ended up sticking out were some of the things that almost just barely
barely got enough support to get made even. We were all kind of iffy on it. And then once it got made and then we presented it to our church rallied behind some of these things, and it just really had a profound impact in our church body's life.
And I think a very important part as well is we've made this now a culture of our church from the top down. This has been a vision that Pastor Jimmy has given us. He likes to call them like these Irish pub moments, where the analogy he uses is when you see these videos maybe on YouTube of, people in Ireland watching the World Cup or watching the rugby final, and they're in this Irish pub and everyone's cheering when these moments happen because they know, hey, this is our team, this is our family, these are our people. And he's challenged us to continue doing that and celebrating that. And it's been from every area. Pastor Jimmy continues to push this. So this has really been a culture change in our staff, and then has implemented into a massive culture change in our Sunday morning services and what our people are receiving. It's been a pretty big change, and we put a lot of effort into that. And like Seth said, we're going to be able to give you guys some example of the things that have worked and how the Lord's blessed a lot through that.
Here's going to be our focus, guys. We're about to walk through a bunch of examples, and we're going to kind of break some of them down. And I welcome any questions that you guys would have. I'd like for you to maybe save them to the end so we can kind of get through everything, and we can go back and talk about each thing. If you have a question on how it was made, or if you want to get your hands on anything, look. If it ain't nailed down, you can take it. All right. I don't know, like the finance team agrees with me on that with like some stuff around here, but as far as creative stuff, you can have anything we've made, and I would be more than glad. Literally take our name off of it, and then you can say you made it. All right, I don't care. We want you guys to feel equipped and to use anything that you want. And if you're looking at this going, we're doing things way better, and you probably are, and please don't use it. Keep doing the thing that you're doing that's better.
Send it back to us and give us your ideas.
Yeah,
we would love that.
Sunday's coming for us, and we need some ideas. But we're going to talk through, and one of the common similarities, and I want you to focus on this. We don't call our conference church for the rest of us on accident. All right. A cornerstone of our church is that we are a network of neighborhood churches. All right. We have abandoned the regional megachurch model here at Family Church, and we have invested all of our efforts into planting neighborhood churches. And if you've been around or listened to podcasts with Jimmy Scroggins at all, you know the script already. Neighborhood churches with a neighborhood pastor that speaks the neighborhood language, right? That is something that everybody on staff here is passionate about. But for us, that means, not necessarily dreaming up the biggest high production moments possible, but rather the most high impact moments. And so that doesn't necessarily mean it's got to have the nicest camera. It doesn't necessarily mean it has to have a full symphony orchestra. Otherwise, people will be disappointed in our creative thinking, right? Some of the best ideas are the ones that just go radically in a direction that nobody ever thought before, using resources and tools that nobody would ever think to use to glorify the name of Jesus. But then God takes those unlikely things and then he uses them in ways that we would never expect or imagine. So let's start off with the very first thing. You kind of saw it. We kind of made it look this morning like it was a glitch. We were kind of trying to take everybody on a journey. When we were planning the worship service, the opening session for this conference, the biggest thing that we really wanted to convey was even just to take everybody, we create services for the people that are going to attend, right? And so we were just thinking about, this is a room full of church leaders. Everybody knows that moment when church shut down. Everybody remembers that moment. Everybody remembers when they got the call from their lead pastor, or they got the email that said, hey, we ain't going to be having church on Sunday. And all those hilarious predictions hey, it's going to be for a few weeks and we're going to go back, and then it was well, no, it's going to be a couple months, and maybe some of your pastors were far more farsighted and was hey, we're going to be in this until this Christmas. And, but we can all go back to that moment. And that's what it resonates with me. Even I'm just sitting here. We actually play this. This portion right here that's kind of repeating behind me. This is what we actually aired in our Easter service in 2020. And one of the things that we want to just do is show our people our empty churches. And just to go, hey, we know it doesn't feel right. We know it's messed up that we can't be together. Look at all these empty buildings. But then we wanted to play over that just these great, incredible preachers preaching the truth that hasn't changed, right? Our circumstances changed, but has the truth changed in God's word? Absolutely not, right? He is risen. Christ the Lord is risen today. And like, I'm going to start preaching if I start going down that angle too long. But like, that's something that I get super passionate about because, I mean, that's the core message of Easter. And so that was the goal of something like that. Now, we were overjoyed to be able to bring it back because we wanted to walk people through kind of a journey through 2020 and then kind of triumphantly, kind of have like a low production value, guy on an acoustic guitar kind of leading. I'm sure like everybody has done the iPhone choirs, like that's kind of a common thing that a lot of people have done. That's members of our church that, submitted their videos. I saw, some of my closest friends on that video and I was like tearing up just remembering that season, like my first Easter ever sitting in my living room. Like, I mean, it felt so surreal to me, right? And so, that's kind of like an example of what we did to kind of prepare. And it was as simple as just going to the empty churches. And like the idea was basically free. It was just, hey, just go film the empty rooms and then just let that idea hit people in the face. Like let that idea land hard. And then let's let the truth of Scripture, the greatest truth, the Easter message, right? Christ is risen from the grave, and let's let that be the thing that speaks the loudest. And in our moments, like we just talked about in the definition, we want it to be magnifying Christ, edifying the people of the church, and also pushing them out into gospel ministry. So those three things, if we can nail all three of those things, I'm the happiest creative pastor in the universe. And that's something that I think I'm really proud of our team and what we were able to accomplish at Easter, because that's one of those sweet memories I'm going to have for the rest of my life, just sitting with my family. It's one of those, like, it's one of those 9/11 experiences to me where you remember where you were when it happened. And I'm going to carry with that forever. I mean, my oldest son accepted Christ during this COVID season, just being at home, just with mom and dad, just seeing people get baptized and seeing people just come to know the Lord, seeing kids get baptized, and then him, at bedtime going, Dad, what does that mean? I saw my son's faith accelerate through a time like that. And when at the very beginning, I'm going, God, I can't believe you took away live gatherings. I said this in my breakout in the morning. I've never been more seen than when Jimmy was like talking about the old group that had seen the temple and what was before and was grumbling about what God was going to do in the future. Like that was me in March. Like I was like the biggest complainer on our team. Like, I can't believe we can't do blah, blah, blah. Like, God has corrected me on that, but we're gonna share a couple more. Sierra, tell us about this next one.
Yes, so we at Family Church, we love to put a big emphasis on baptisms. It's something that we've done before, and then when COVID hit, we had to restructure how we did that. So right here, you have an example. We have been doing baptisms in every single one of our services now, both live and online on our Family Church at Home platform. Now you might be asking, well, hey, like, how are you filming these baptisms? We used to we're doing them in person. How do you implement the video? Well, what we've been doing is noticing.
John and Toy Step right there, baptizing their daughter Colby.
Yes, come on. What we've been noticing is that, hey, there's something that COVID has really shown us, is that big moments in our church, in the lives of our members, it doesn't matter how it is captured. What matters is that it can be celebrated.
Say it again.
For baptisms, what matters is that we can celebrate it as a church and show life changes happening no matter what season we're in. So all of these filmed right here that you can actually see, all of them were filmed off of an iPhone. We had in one Saturday, we sent a ton of our campuses to the beach. We filmed like 30 baptisms on that Saturday.
Who filmed them?
Say that one more time.
Who filmed them?
We had majority of our high school and college students go to each of them. They put their iPhones, held them horizontally. They went on their phones and put it in what we requested. We gave them all documents. Hey, film it at 60 frames a second in 4K. If you mess up, awesome. If you don't, awesome. Regardless, we just want to see the celebration of baptism. And then what we were able to do was normally we thought, man, normally we'd show like 3 baptisms on a Sunday. We do it in the middle of a song, and it's like 45 seconds, maybe a minute and a half if it's a long one. We're here thinking, man, what are we supposed to do? We got 36 of these. We can't show them all over the next month, people are going to watch and be like, yo, that happened to me forever ago. So we decided actually, hey, let's just do an entire song where all we do is show the baptisms. 4.5 minutes of life change constantly happening. So we picked a song at the time. At the time, we picked the song Graves into Gardens, which was a new song. We hadn't taught it to our church, but we thought, hey, we're celebrating baptisms. This song's talking about dead things being brought back to life. What can be better? And it all happened with a ton of college students, a ton of high school students sitting in the water, knee high, recording. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Hey, well, your high school students seem like they're pretty legit. Seem like they're little Steven Spielbergs over here knowing exactly how to do their lighting. Well, again, we're noticing and we're learning as a church that the actual capturing does not matter as much as the content that's being shown. So we actually have an example for you. So this is our 100% the prettiest baptisms we have. And let's show another one. This was one of our college students. We found out at 6 p.m. on a Monday, hey, Ellie wants to get baptized tomorrow morning. She's gone through all the process. We've had conversations. We're baptizing her tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. So we showed up with a camera and did it. Even when we have a lot of time heads up. This is our good example. Let's watch our other one.
I want to preface, we're not saying that there's no such thing as a bad baptism.
Yes,
right?
more so the video quality.
The quality of the shot.
Thank you, thank you. So you can see here the waves are a little rough. And let's see how it goes. Boom, okay? They said, let's let the wave come in hard, and then we're going to dunk him right after that.
The Lord baptized him.
Okay?
Not as much those two guys, but
what we're learning is that when we're doing baptisms on a Sunday morning, I'll tell you, the times that people clap the loudest and celebrate the most is these family moments. It's like you're at the family barbecue and you got Uncle Ronnie that should have no part in anything going out to the water and baptizing. He messes it up. Doesn't do it at the right time, but it doesn't matter because we're celebrating life change. And it actually brings this lighthearted feel to the room as well. Knowing hey, again, we're not trying to make this perfect. We're just wanting to show that it happened. And I will say, it's these baptisms that on a Sunday morning everyone enjoys. Some of y'all are still cracking up watching it. When you have your whole room of people celebrating that and enjoying the fact saying, hey, we get to celebrate these baptisms every Sunday. It's truly an incredible thing. It didn't used to be like that. We used to do them live and it was a little bit different, but now that we've really pressed into this, our whole church knows, hey, we're showing every baptism from every neighborhood church every Sunday, and it's a moment that we look forward to because we get to celebrate with our brothers and sisters in Christ about the life change that's happening. Half the people don't even know who's getting baptized. They don't know the name. They hear the story right before we share that, but we've said as a church, hey, we're going to celebrate when people decide to give their life to Christ, and that's something worth celebrating, and that can be a moment in itself. And the amount of things that have happened, the amount of children that are having conversations with their parents about baptism because they're seeing it every Sunday, that's another moment right there. So you have this whole tree of moments happening from Sunday morning service all the way to parents at home to all around the county. And it's been one of our biggest wins, I would say, through all of COVID was learning, hey, we need to capture these baptisms on a phone, on an iPhone, do it on a GoPro, and we need to show it around because this is a very, very easy moment to have so much joy and so much celebration around.
And let me reinforce, I have had 0 pieces of feedback of someone going, hey, it's really bothering me that you filmed that with an iPhone. If you could step it up and shoot that on a super nice camera, I would feel more ready to worship. No, we haven't gotten any of that because people don't care about that. They're seeing the stories of life change and what has happened in a person being saved by Jesus and then publicly professing that faith through believer's baptism. And that is worth clapping about. That's worth shouting about on Sundays. And that's been the revelation of what what has happened to us post-COVID shutdown has been why didn't we ever think to show every single baptism that happens in our church in front of our entire church to help people understand it's not just happening in your neighborhood. It's happening all over South Florida because we're a multi-site church that we're trying to let every neighborhood have a neighborhood pastor that speaks the neighborhood language, right? That just speaks so clearly. And I mean, I've been in these services. My favorite one, I didn't show it, but I didn't choose to show this one, but my favorite one was the lady that got baptized, a few months ago. And she goes back and then the tide completely goes out and she's just laying on sand. And then they have to awkwardly wait there for the wave to just kind of cover her. We shut out on Sunday. People were they were laughing. They're having a great. But like to me, that's like what families do, right? And we talk constantly about. C-Rod mentioned. We're going for an Irish pub feel. Another way to put it too is we're going for a family dinner feel, right? You can have guests at dinner. You also have family members at dinner. So we want to be welcoming to the people that are in our services that are new. And so we want to be we want to explain things just like, hey, before we eat, we pray in this house. I've had someone eating dinner at my house that didn't know Jesus. We would probably explain why we pray before. We would kind of walk them through kind of our process. And also, we don't hide the messiness of our family. Like, that's one of the things that my wife and I are very careful to do. We don't try to present this picture of being too perfect, right? We just invite people, hey, we invite them into our mess and let them just kind of be a part of it. That's kind of what, to me, it really tracks with something like this that, honestly, I don't see us ever going back from this. This is like a permanent part of what we're doing, is just showing our baptisms to our entire church.
And one last thing about baptisms. We're learning we don't have to show them. Now that we've established there's something that we want to celebrate, we don't have to show them at the same part of service every single Sunday. Sometimes we're deciding, hey, let's open and do a song that talks about life change as a really big opener song. And let's do baptisms at the beginning of service. Let's do them later in the service. Let's do them right before the message. And we're able to, now that we've had that culture of celebration, we're able to put them in different places, and it's actually making our services come alive that much more because we're having celebrations all throughout. It really lets us know, hey, we have this celebration happening. We're able to use it as a factor to our storytelling. If the pastor wants to come up to a big celebration, put a ton of baptisms right before, and he's got everyone in the room clapping. If he wants to come down to more of a slow moment, a more intentional moment, maybe you do the baptisms a little earlier in service, and then you're able to extend your time of singing or scripture reading, and it gives you a lot of freedom in how you're planning your service as well.
I'll tell you what, nothing makes me want to run through a wall than seeing like 8 people get baptized. That fires me up. All right, let's go to our next one. All right, so we're going to go through kind of 3 different types. So when we create moments, this is like we have people focus. We have more like object or instrument focus, if we're dealing with musical moments, and then we have like a topical focus. So this is a great example of a person focus, right? So once again, it's a moment is a unique expression, creative expression within your service that magnifies Christ, that encourages the congregation, and then it pushes people outward into gospel ministry. So even changing up simple as like, hey, what if we change the age of the people on the platform? All right. So what you're seeing behind you is our worship pastors with their children up on stage, just in the middle of our service, in the middle of one of our songs. We just had this idea, like, what if our kids just ran up there? Because our kids are constantly at Family Church at home, just like, we're gonna shout you up. Like, they're just dancing in front of the TV. And it's like, why do we hide that? Like, why do we make that something that only the parents see inside of the living room? Why don't we bring that to our people? And it's one of my favorite moments. You see John and Colby step right there, just singing, like, that's Evan Gutierrez, who's like taking it so seriously. Like, it's the honor of his life that he gets to be up there, And as I'm watching it, like, I went home and I watched it that weekend with my kids. My kids have never worshiped harder than seeing their buddies up, like, now it's like, those are my worship leaders. Like, those are, my peers are up there, like, leading me in worship. Like, it was so cool to see. And so you can do that with a bunch of different ways. Find a person that has a unique talent. Find a person that has a unique ability that mixes it up, that's beyond just you, right? Maybe it's a different genre of music. Maybe you have a person that has a more operatic voice. Well, build something for them. Like, build a moment around them. Like, find a way to kind of creatively express something that just changes it up, because at Family Church, what we're always trying to, every service, we try to put a creative moment inside of it, because we never want to just get into the habit of just scheduling 3 songs and then going home. We feel in our context that we can push ourselves a little bit harder creatively, and also to help tell the story of the morning, right? The text that we're in. This is from this is from our Jesus at the Center series. This week that this happened on was Jesus at the center of our parenting. And so the message was on parenting. And so at the very beginning of the worship service, our worship pastors singing with their, we have godly parents modeling what it's like to worship with their kids. I just love the way that the whole service kind of came together. So
that was also one of our first ideas. I think a lot of the time that we get this misconstrued depiction of creativity, thinking, hey, it has to be complex. It has to be something that the genius of our church came up with. We sat in a meeting and said, hey, we're doing a week on parenting. What should we do? Oh, you're all parents. You guys want to have your kids up there? Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Let's try it out. It was our first idea and we ran with it. So I think a lot of the time allowing yourself to just go to that idea and saying, hey, let's try this out. When we recorded it, it was a mess. The kids were really nervous, but then when it got together, it came to this beautiful moment and it didn't matter. And it was something so simple as bring the kids of your staff on stage, let them sing a song. And it's such a win.
Who watches kids sing and is like, you're a little flat? Like, nobody cares. Like, that's one of those, hey, you got kids in your church? I hope you do. Put them up on stage. Have them do something with you. We say it all the time here at Family Church, kids aren't the church of tomorrow. They're the church of today. We need to be walking with our children in these gospel truths. Let's not confine them just to children's church or just a kids' church. Let's get them up on the platform.
That's really good, Pastor.
Right. Let's go to next one. So here's an instrument focus. You might have somebody in your congregation who has a specific talent or ability that might not necessarily fit perfectly with your selected genre that you typically play on a Sunday morning. Right now, what you're seeing in the background, we have two guys that don't normally play with us. The guy in the middle is a high school student who is a really gifted cello player. And we normally, typically in the past, pre-COVID, Family Church was a very blast it out,
Can you do that sound for us one more time, son? In case you missed it.
Danny's my favorite musician of all time. But what we see here is we're actually purposely pulling it back a little bit, which hasn't typically been our style in the past. And we're kind of building this set around, just the gifts and abilities of Ryan. And also we have, Todd's, I don't know the familial, it's his wife's uncle.
So uncle-in-law.
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 And he is, he is a graduate.
IL.
Yeah, he is one of the most ridiculous fingerstyle guitarists I've ever met in my life. And so he comes in and is like, yeah, I'd love to play with you guys. He was visiting in town and we had him do some hymn arrangements and not our style, but we built the whole kind of morning around these two guys and we let the rest of our guys kind of fit with them rather than kind of saying, hey, you got to play by our rules. And it ended up being another change of pace. Just adding an extra instrument. The weird, to me, the weirder the better. You got an accordion player, figure it out.
John's been trying to work his accordion for months. We just haven't found the right song yet, but it's happening soon.
God will be praised. All right.
I think also a very important part, because I know the initial thoughts some of you are thinking are, I don't have Ryan. I don't have a high schooler that plays a string instrument. I don't have my uncle-in-law that's a gifted musician. Here's the real trick behind it, is letting your people know, hey, this is our church. This is our student up here. This is our family member. This is our second grader who learned how to play Jesus Loves Me, This I Know on the recorder. And they're willing to come up and do that in front of your church body. That's where the win is, because again, your church is a family. So seeing your own people up there, it's actually, I would say, it diminishes that moment if you don't recognize that student, that adult, whoever it is not a professional that you hired to come in. Recognize to your church, take the time to say, hey, this is one of our own. This is somebody that is just using their ability to serve the Lord. And it doesn't matter how, but when you're doing that, your church is going to receive that well, because they're going to say, oh yeah, that's little Jimbo. he's a little rascal in that 5th grade class that normally annoys me, but I didn't know he played the piano, okay? So it's going to be a win because the people of your church, you guys are a church family, they're wanting to see each other there, and that's more powerful than if you were to bring in a hired musician to come and sing for you or do a special instrumentation, because people, you always want to see your own people. You want to see your family. You want to see the people on your team, and that is actually, you're going to be surprised. We've been surprised at how worshipful of a moment that truly creates in your service.
Yeah, I'll take someone within our local body over a mercenary every time. All right, I want to see our people. I want to see what's happening in our church context, and it just speaks more powerfully. And C-Rod put it really good. Explain it. Put it in front of your people. Is it a weird transition? Who cares? Tell them, hey, this kid grew up in our church, and he did, like, don't try to convince people, like, you know, this kid's better than the people you see on, you know, don't play any comparison. Just go, hey, this kid, this is who we are as a community. That, to me, is the value versus just trying to go like, hey, watch us instead of, like, you know, the best cello player in the, like, make it about the local church context. All right. So here's topic focus. I want to speak specifically to this. So there might be some weeks where you're dealing with a very specific subject matter in your sermon, where that might lend itself to an expression in your worship. Now, some of us have been of the creative school where it's like you got to do that every week, and so it's like, hey, it's time to talk on disciplining your kids, and so you're writing a song about spanking, you know, and when not, you know, or whatever, and then it's like, oh, it's time for money series, so it's like, I give $2, and, you know, whatever, and like, and so
I give my wealth
some
away.
Hit
you
harder
might
than
sing.
others, right? You know, some of them feel a little forced, right? Then there's sometimes where, like, approach it from a different angle, and, you know, sometimes some of us react too strongly against that school of thought, and then go, hey, look, we're just going to sing, you know, we're just going to sing these, you know, more general praise and reverent worship songs. And we're not going to really deal with a lot of topical subject matter because that's a minefield. All right. I would encourage you maybe to dip your toe back in that water, because sometimes you can take, you can take a sanctified idea, and present it not as a congregational moment, but a moment to be kind of chewed on and consumed and viewed. And it can actually really, like, to me, within our definition of a moment, something that edifies the congregation. It can be something that pushes people further towards receiving the idea that we're talking about in the text that morning. And it really is serving the purpose of the Sunday far better than, you know, using that slot in your service to sing another song that maybe doesn't resonate with the topic. So this is a moment that we did. And if I could have the audio on for this, I'm going to kind of play it in the background a little bit. Who knows the artist Andrew Peterson? Who's a fan? Like, I think he's one of the best songwriters like there is. I mean, the lyrics that this guy writes are like, I mean, I constantly like slack-jawed of just like what this guy's able to kind of put to words that I have felt about my kids and my family, and about how I feel about my church family and how I feel about the Lord. And so we had a week that was focusing on marriage, right? Kind of hard to do. Like, you could go like super, like, you know, super, you know, entertainment biz and like do like, you know, like love hurts or whatever. And like, you know, or play some secular song or something like that. Or you could, you know, but what does God say about marriage? There's not a lot of songs that kind of really like focus on that. But, Andrew has a song called Dancing in the Minefields. And it's a beautiful song, and it just really speaks to a husband and a wife looking back on, the years that they've already been married and go, man, it's been an insane ride. It's been a dangerous ride, but I wouldn't rather do it with anybody other than you. And I'm so grateful to the Lord that I got to do this with you. And so what we did on Sunday, a little bit quieter, please. Can I have my mic back?
Check.
Thank you.
Well, I was 19, you were
can we take it down just a little bit? I don't want to fight with it.
The year we got engaged.
we actually took home videos of our folks in our church getting married. And I'm not going to turn around because I'm going to start crying, but like just the thoughts of seeing these people on the happiest days of their life. And then this guy singing about how, hey, if I could do it again, I'd do it again. Even though we've walked through the hardest seasons of our life together, it's worth it because I'm doing it with you. That's a Bible idea. That's a Bible idea. One man, one woman for life, right? And so we're helping people walk across the finish line of kind of receiving what we were teaching on that week. I just love seeing that on Sunday morning on our online service. John Stepp, who's sitting in the front row, he led this song, and you'll actually see some clips of him and Toy back in the day getting there. Right there, look at that. Look at that young guy. So I just think we might I think the Seth Carter of 5 years ago would have avoided something like this, because I would have gone, there's no way to pull this off. There's no way to do this in a way that's focused on God. But I would push back on that, and I'd go, this is incredibly focused on the Lord, because it's honoring and highlighting and spotlighting things that God has God has designed us for, right? He's designed us for these relationships that give Him glory, that display the gospel, right? Our marriages are a spotlight and a testimony of the gospel. And so I couldn't have been happier with how something like this turned out, because then our teaching pastors got to take this and then immediately talk about, here's what God says about marriage. Here's what it means to have Jesus at the center of your marriages. And man, we teed it up for him. I think our team did a phenomenal job with that.
Let's go ahead. We want to enter now into a time of Q&A. We want to give you all an opportunity to ask any questions possible. We can answer. We can also answer each other's questions. So try not to cry while watching this beautiful video. Some of you are already shedding tears, but we all do. So who's got some questions? Why don't we just start rattling them off?
He promised not to leave us, and His promises are true. So in the face of all this chaos, maybe I can dance with you.
We discovered Ryan, our cello player, through our student pastors. Just acknowledging and questioning, like, hey, who goes to maybe does a band program or anything like that, and we started identifying that. So I know anytime that we've had special instrumentation downtown, we've been able to identify through our student team and through our other members of our church. And it just comes out from the relationships built. You start finding some of that stuff out as well.
I'll also say be very involved and invested in your church's ministry funnels, right? So your membership classes, our lead worship pastor, Pastor Christian Ramos, one of the things I love that he does here at the downtown campus is he encourages his team at the close of service to wait out front and to be accessible to anybody who wants to talk, anybody who wants to get involved, anybody who just wants to have a conversation. And I mean, Christian, has that borne fruit like time and time and time again, right? I mean, and it's not just, it's not just that. You do have to chase some down, but it's not just one thing. It really is kind of a multifaceted thing. We have our membership class is something we call First Connection. And so, I would say in our organization, I would go be a table host at First Connection, because you meet 20 people a month just through that. And you get to have focus time with them, and you learn about their histories, and you learn about their kids, you learn, and so, the aggregate of that over time will, you're gonna have a lot of stories to tell. How about somebody else?
Ooh, I would say for me personally, so we have a college ministry as well that we have ramped up over the last 6 months or so, and we do one night of worship once a month, and then small groups the other 3 times a month. One of my favorite personal ones, we had a creative meeting. We had about 8 students come together and come up with a moment to open the service. And we were we had this whole moment planned with almost like a spoken word, almost this prayer element. And about 3 days before, everything fell apart. the spoken word artist wasn't able to do it anymore, and we were kind of left with no plan at all. So we ended up just saying, hey, let's go ahead and piece something together. He was supposed to read scripture. Let's just put scripture on the screen behind us on the LED on the wall, and let's go ahead and just find a song. We're going to sing the same song. It was a song just saying the words, all my love, you can have it all. And we grew with that with the scripture. And for me, it's become one of my favorite moments just because it was a perfect example of we planned a whole other moment, and then the Lord took this plan D, that plan C and plan B failed, and it turned into a really incredible moment, and our students were really the ones that got behind that. So I would say that, and then when we mentioned the 30 baptisms that we got to do over one song was a pretty incredible and iconic moment for our church. So I'd say those are my top two.
I mean, it'd probably be one of these. To say something that we haven't said, I think we did one that focused on God's creation, and we just had one of our worship leaders sing a song that focused and glorified the Lord through what he has made. And we just displayed pictures of the things that God has made behind that worship leader, as simple as like a slideshow, and just connecting the visual to the concept of, hey, yeah, God made that. And sometimes we forget that God made it, I love stuff like that. That just stirs my heart up to worship.
I'd say another one of my favorite ones. We did another Andrew Peterson song titled "Is He Worthy?" And it's a song that has a lot of call and response. And this was right before COVID. We challenged ourselves. We did this, one of our first moves we did in person. We just had families come up and become a choir. Families that normally don't sing at all. And we put a piano in the center of the stage right here and had 30 families all around. And the lyrics of that song, the main singer sings, "Does the Father truly love us?" And then we'd have all the families sing, "He does." And to be able to see that with 30 people on the stage was a really, really great moment as well. We had people that my brother can't sing for his life. Another one in my family can really do too much, and they got to come up and worship, and it's one of their favorite church moments of all time. So that's another really, really cool moment that we've been able to do. Do you guys have any moments that you've done at your church that maybe you can share with everybody? What are some of your favorite, maybe creative moments that you've done in your church that's been just a blessing for your people and yourself?
Can we steal them? Really, y'all don't do anything? Oh, come on. Come on. And it doesn't have to be that. If anybody has another question, please feel free to shout
I'll
out.
pull up a moment. Oh, she's got a question.
Come on.
Go.
Every single service. That's our goal. And I would take away the word big. Yeah. So it's got to have a moment, right? And so we don't, we want to make sure that something, so back to our definition, right? We want to have a moment, a unique expression in every single service that magnifies Christ, that edifies the congregation, and encourages them, right? And then pushes them out, stirs them up to gospel mission. If we can land all three of those with whatever we're doing, I think we've had a phenomenal success. Now, we already actually have moments baked in to every single service if we're counting kind of how we put baptisms in it. Like, we're just blessed right now. God's doing some incredible things across our network. And so we have baptisms, we're on like a 40-week streak of just baptisms every week. And so that's been fun to just, it literally does not get old to me. I hope it doesn't for anybody else, but to me, every single time, I'm the guy in the back of the room just wearing my hands out, clapping so hard. As far as our creative process goes, we gather up every single Wednesday with our worship pastors. We plan 3 weeks out. And when we're planning, we obviously we're working through the other songs in the set too, but we're trying to figure out how we can insert something. And that's greatly informed. We talked a little bit about this morning. That's greatly informed by the fact that one of the gifts that our lead pastor and our teaching team gives us is they plan a year out in advance what they're going to preach on, the books of the Bible, the series that they're going to work on. And then immediately following that preaching retreat, we go on a creative retreat where we develop preliminary ideas, right? So a lot of these things that we've even created at our creative retreat, we're looking at, hey, we're going to be in the book of Acts in March, all right? So what if we did this? And let's kind of let's put a bookmark in that. And then when it gets to about 6 to 8 weeks out before that series launches, we open that book back up again. And then we go, oh yeah, this person mentioned that there's a testimony at this campus where this person is going through the exact thing that we're preaching on. How cool would it be if they told their story? And then what we would do as creatives, we would go a step further and go, how can we tell their story in a different way, right? Maybe it's, to me, the normal standard would just be, hey, put them on a stool and just have them tell their story to a camera. But hey, could we figure out a cool new way to tell that story?
And also, last tidbit before Tyler wraps us up. With that, we do have a little bit of an advantage that with the gift our pastor's given us with this calendar. Whenever we have Easter, so for example, Easter's coming up in a couple months, and we also have a student ministry event coming up, we'll set on the calendar a brainstorm meeting with our creative team, our worship leaders, but then we bring in volunteers, the children's team, the student ministry team, the first impressions team, because you never know who's going to have the idea. And Seth and Christian said this in their breakout session earlier. You need that spark of somebody that doesn't know the process in order to give you that crazy out there idea. And you might be able to continue running from it from there. So I would super encourage some of our best ideas for our Easters and any of our services aren't coming from our creative team or our worship team. They're coming from the random volunteer we brought in. They said, hey, we don't know if it's possible, but can you get all these videos of all these different marriages? I'll give you mine. And to them, it's not a big deal. That opens the whole door up. So I would encourage you, if you do have a creative meeting, if you want to try it out, invite people that you wouldn't expect normally. Don't invite just your worship staff or your on-staff creatives. Invite other people from your team. Just get the conversation going. And then you don't know where it's going to go from there. You have no idea what the spark that someone can give in that meeting will lead to. And then that might take you to a whole nother moment that you would have never gotten there unless someone gave their idea in the first place. So.
That's great. Yeah. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Pastor Seth. Let's join me with giving him a hand. We thank him. So we're going to be dismissing to our next breakout at this point. I hope you guys enjoyed this one, gleaned some great information from it, and to take home to your church families and abroad. So we're so glad that you joined us. Thank you. We're going to be moving to Breakout 4. So check out that book. Look through the list of breakouts. If you already have a plan, great. We're going to be moving that. That's going to be at 2:00. So see you all in the next one. You're in every moment, John. I love it. I get to watch all these awesome videos of my family. It's almost like you have like home videos.
I know.
In the form of.
I'm gonna start doing screen captures of all these moments and put them in our.
How's it going? Hey, good to see you. Good to see you.
Under an hour left. Or keep the batteries? No. So you look under there, you see all those little green lights? Yeah. So there's little doors you can pull up on them. Yep. Can you grab me 2 of them? Yep. And then replace them. The little tiny end faces out.
There we go.
Both lights are red?
Yes.
Hey, hey. Hey, hey.
Yep.
Wipe them down, set it back up there. probably gonna be a popular one.
Once this next one gets started, I have to sit on the ground. I'd rather wait till after the next one starts.
Double check and triple check. That's my rule.
Okay.
I don't know.
I have a regular grade. I lost my French.
You know how to French read?
I failed geometry learning how to do roads on my friends here. I was trying to learn water tail. No. I was just bored as heck. I'm not a math guy.
I never liked any of them.
You're the one that you learn all these single guys from the trail.
That's like, okay, we'll come back and find it.
It's okay.
I love how big campus is. I love how every campus is so different.
Well, our campus is still gardens, but we wanted to get her. She wanted to search. We're like, hey, we can get you serving at another campus. Maybe you go there once or twice a month, and then you stay home in gardens.
We started playing over.
And I also wanted to
I was going. I went to see him when I go.
Say with a smile and maybe but then it's like so that it doesn't look like Danny's more than I think and then they almost because even like double vision cast the whole time. And the same with Danny and I'm like there's certain people that's their like hey I'm gonna cast you a vision for everything. Yeah, it's been funny. I've been challenging. I think honestly he's heading into his season where he's like, all my friends are going to these churches again, I'm kind of stepping off, and I'm kind of just going to tell him, you're leading a small group at FC, you're doing this, I need you to not be telling your kids to go to these, charismatic events, and I need you to show up to your events before you invite them. You're going to Pastor Mark? How long is she here for? So she's only until Saturday right now, but we're barely on the schedule. But the other day, I think someone asked her to go to dinner tomorrow night, and that's why we're doing dinner with somebody. It'll be in the creative. I'll walk you through the stairs upstairs. But she'll be back in the summer, and for 2 months then, and hoping that I think she's gonna make one more.
multiple hats. My name is Justin Barona.
I'm Dwight Hernandez.
And then you'll take it from there.
Okay.
And Hernandez. And yeah, sure. Okay. You want to introduce the individual? I do Christian. Sure. Or no, it's just and then they come up these breakouts. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. I'll be like, and we're going to be talking about chairs of music, and we're going to be talking about hats of multiplicity.
Check. Wow. Well, good afternoon, everybody.
Welcome to Musical Chairs and Multiple Hats. My name is Justin Barahona.
And I'm Dwight Hernandez. And we're going to be talking about exactly what it says here, chairs of music and hats of multiplicity. So we're going to get ready. It's going to be a really good session. We're going to have Christian Ramos and John Stepp. They're going to lead us. Pastors, the OGs. And they're going to lead us there. They lead us personally here at the church, and they're going to give you guys a little bit of nuggets of wisdom. So bring your notepad out, take some notes because you're going to need them. So let's go ahead and pray before we start, and then they can come up. Lord God, we thank you for this day that we can all gather together of different churches, Father God, under one roof, glorifying the same God. We thank you for everything that we can learn today. Lord, I pray that we receive it, that we keep it, and that we can reproduce it at our own churches and even here, Father God. Let us be sponges today, Lord, for your word, and let us receive everything that you have for us today, Lord. It's in your name, Jesus, we pray. Amen. Hey, without further ado, let's give a round of applause for Pastor Christian and Pastor John Stepp.
Woo! Whatever, man. These guys I love these dudes, okay? I just want you to know.
They keep it fun.
They definitely do. All
Dwight,
right, John.
or D Wizzy, as he calls himself.
He calls himself D
Wizzy.
Hey, thank you guys for joining us today. So, basically, this title is kind of ambiguous, so I want to tell you a little bit of what we're going to talk about. I think all of us experienced this that during the pandemic. We all had to really wear multiple hats. We had to go from being worship leaders to being video editors to running cameras to, I was talking to a friend of mine from Grace Fellowship who said that they didn't have a dolly to do an extra shot, so they put the dude in the camera on a wheelchair and just kind of moved him across the front of the. So like we all had to get creative.
That was one of my favorite moments. Is so Christian was actually away on vacation when we had to shut down, and so he came back, and I think like the first time he showed back up in the building, he had built like a homemade dolly system for the camera out of PVC pipes and 4x4s.
Yeah, it was awesome, man. It squeaked a lot, so we couldn't really use it as much. But we're going to share our experiences through this in what we've learned and what we've been able to keep and as part of our system now moving forward. And so we'll tell you a little bit of what happened, some of the lessons that we learned, and then forward. So as you think of questions, maybe I also want you to be thinking about how you have had to make changes in your own systems and the ways that you do things, and actually the responsibilities that you have. And what are some of the multiple hats that you're having to share? I would love to hear that in this session. So I know this room is huge and it doesn't feel like a conversation, but would love to make it that.
We want to steal your ideas.
Yes.
So please.
So the big idea of this is the worship leader must learn to adapt and wear multiple hats. We must remain agile, adaptable in order to lead through time of crisis. And I think, John, throughout the day in multiple sessions, you've been hearing this idea of, adaptable, agile, what's the third one? Thank you, flexible. And that was something that came actually from our pastor. Flexibility, adaptability, agility, and that we all needed to use that during this time because it was going to test us in many different ways. And so, John, I remember when we came back. As soon as I came back from I was in a sabbatical for a month. It was awesome. The church allowed me to leave after 12 years of serving, and I come back to a completely different world. I was off of TV, off of social media. We were literally, I was like in Yellowstone National Park, like roughing it out there. And literally we come back and everything's shut down. And so we walk into this, and one of the first things that I mentioned when we came back is like, hey, everybody now, we're all tech guys. Like, it was one of the first things, and we all had to see our ministry context changed. And
just so you know, if you haven't been in this room today, Christian heads up our worship department for the network. So he oversees all of our worship department. I'm the worship pastor for our campus in Palm Beach Gardens, and do some worship leader development stuff for Family Church. So kind of putting this conversation into context of how our roles have changed, and how roles of our whole worship department have changed.
Yeah. When we started, obviously we went immediately from week to week and live person to online based. Everything became centralized. So we used to experience a lot of flexibility by doing things on our own, because for each campus, each worship leader worked with their own campus pastor to develop a service and do something separate. But now there was no longer any need for that. Okay, so there was a sense at first of everybody going, so, okay, we just shut down. What am I supposed to do? We sent the rest of our teams basically home, and now our worship leaders became the production team alongside of our production arts team, which we have a phenomenal team in our production arts. But these three guys that lead our production arts team, they couldn't do it all by themselves. So we started looking at all the organization as a whole, and what were the holes that were in our organization. And we used to have very clear organizational structure, right? So this person does this under the supervision of this person. And I feel, John, that when it's a bigger, when you're a part of a bigger organization, as your organization grows, we tend to get more specialized in our roles. So like at a church plant, for example, Victoria, right? Victoria, at a church plant, you basically do like 15 different jobs, right? As you get into a bigger organization, things get a little bit more specialized, and sometimes it can be difficult to break out of that pattern.
Well, and we're a kind of, our church hierarchy structure is in a matrix format, and like a lot of smart people over a lot of time put this kind of matrix format into place to give us a really strong kind of structure of kind of who reports to who, and who makes these decisions, and who speaks into this aspect or that aspect. And so like we have like going into this, we had a very strong leadership structure and hierarchy and org chart that all just kind of like,
it was obliterated.
It's gone.
In a lot of ways, we really responded mainly to our campus pastors in many ways. So we worked directly under them. What we would say, solid line to our campus pastor, and then a dotted line to the matrix leader would be me in terms of the worship. We have others for students and children and stuff like that. But all those structures were completely destroyed, as John said. And our pastor decided, hey, we're going to do three things really well. We're going to do our three things: teach the Bible, build families, and love our neighbors. And so those have been our core values for a long time. And he decided that we were going to be part of Teach the Bible team. And so all of the worship leaders, the whole communications team, graphic design, creative department, everything used to be separate, and now it's like one thing under this Teach the Bible banner. Okay, so that was a huge, basically, shift for all of us in terms of thinking, all right, we understood our organizational structure. Now it's kind of nebulous. We don't know who works for who and who do we get direction from. So that was something that we really had to work through.
And it's one thing to talk about this from an organizational standpoint of like looking at it on paper and going, okay, well, now we're going to put all this over here. And we're going to put, but it's another thing to talk about the heart of it. And, you know, we've all been doing ministry and in a certain vein. And now like somebody moved my cheese, you know, like this is my thing. And now you're telling me it's not my thing anymore. And something that you've been real transparent about and you've talked about, Christian, is kind of trying to find your way into, you know, this is what I used to do. And this is what where I feel like I can contribute now, and kind of your journey into getting there. Can you share with us a little bit about that?
For a long time, everything when it came to, I knew exactly what to do with worship. I knew what we were preparing for every week. I knew who I responded to. When the pandemic happened, all of a sudden we weren't really sure of who was under who and what was happening. And there was a shift from the programmatic, and I talked about this in another breakout before, but from the live programming to content and connection, that was the big shift, right? Well, at this point, what happens is that really communications in our church becomes the most important thing, right? Worship and the stuff that I'm doing sort of takes a step back because the live event is not as important as what's happening, what's being communicated through social media, through all of our videos, through our services. So communications takes a more important role. And believe me, if you're not secure in yourself, you're going to find yourself hurt by these changes, but they're necessary changes. Okay. I just want you to know they're necessary changes. And I actually think the pandemic helped us do a change that was incredibly needed for our church. So it went for content, connection. The communications department now becomes the main thing. And, in that, John, what I found myself, and I think you did as well, is trying to find the places where there were gaps in our team. Okay. One of the things that I did is I love cameras. I love video. And, I saw that there was a gap, and hey, what lens do we use for this with what camera and I've always done it as a hobby. You know, like my wife is a photographer, so I geek over all her gear, and I'm like, ooh, you know, you got a 1635, cool. You know, yeah, it's dumb. But now the Lord was using that. So I'm still the worship pastor of the church, but the capacity in which I was serving before is not really as needed anymore because I'm not leading for 2,000 people. The team, we're all rotating. I will go 3-4 weeks without even being on the platform. But I was looking for the opportunities within the team, that the gaps that we had, and trying to fill those gaps.
Well, and I'll tell you too, I've been here at Family Church for 5 years, and you've been just a shining example to me of pushing other people out front and encouraging other people to use their gifts in meaningful ways and kind of stepping to the background. Christian's one of the most talented people that you'll meet, and is always stepping into the background to push other people up front, and is also just such an incredible shepherd for our team. You know, if you get anything out of being here today, I hope it's not technical. I hope it's that you want to go back and shepherd your teams better, whether it's staff teams or whether it's volunteer teams, because all of these changes, you know, the next thing on the next point on here is eliminating the "it's not my job" attitude. You know, that really wasn't a problem with our team because you have led and loved our team so well. When this came down to it, everybody was kind of like, okay, where do you need me? You know, I remember the first week shut down, it was so funny. But if you were in the last breakout, you hear this, but Seth, our creative pastor, had literally just transitioned into his position as creative pastor like 2 weeks before we shut down. And so he thought he was going to be kind of managing the platforms at all of our campuses and kind of helping with the look and feel of the platforms. And what he actually was going to end up doing was managing our family church at home experience. And so I just went to Seth and I said, hey, what do you need this week? What can I do? And he said, I need somebody to edit the Treehouse Takeover, which was at that point was our brand new kids online experience. And so I said, okay, I'll do it. I have a little bit of video editing background. And so, for the next 4 months, I ended up editing our Treehouse Takeover, which is basically like a 25-minute kids TV program. And which is something I've never saw myself doing in a billion years. But it was actually really fun. And one of the things that led to was, kind of that feeling of interconnectedness between our ministries. Like I had never been able to be involved with kids ministry, but because I said, hey, Seth, where do you want me? And he said, I need you to work with kids ministry. And under my breath, I was kind of like, oh, okay, if that's what you need. I actually got to be a part of a ministry that I'd never get to be a part of, and it blessed me, and I actually loved it. I loved getting to see what they were doing with the kids, and I have kids. I have 2 kids. One kind of just got out of elementary school, and one's still in elementary school, and I was like, this is really cool. I get to kind of be a part of their thing now. So hitting this point of like more interconnected, view of ministry within our church, this whole thing has really broken down silos like we've never seen before.
Absolutely. And, that's been one of the greatest benefits of what's happened is that when you start playing different roles within your team and trying to look for the gaps and fill in the gaps, whatever need there is, the global view, you actually go a little bit higher in terms of your view of the whole ministry, because now your decision making takes into account all the different ministries that are a part of the church. And so, we were like, we're going to shoot this Monday evenings because worship is the most important thing. I probably would have made a unilateral decision like that before. But in reality, I knew, Heartland shoots on Monday nights, man, and my kid watches that thing, and John is editing it, and it just helps you see everything from a different perspective, and really it brought our teams together in a way that we never thought it was going to be possible. I thought before we worked together really well, in that we were not siloed until this all happened. And we started taking on responsibilities. I'll tell you another thing. John took on Treehouse Takeover. Something that happened to me was that we went to there was a marriage conference. Okay, I don't have anything to do with a marriage conference, but I wanted to be here to actually help shoot it because it was going to be online. So I was like, man, I want to see what lens they're using, what camera, I want to, all that kind of stuff. And I got here and I remember that I looked at the set and I said, Seth, our creative pastor, is running around like a crazy man trying to get all the slides and all the pictures and all the scripture into the screen. And I go, dude, do you mind if I make the set look nice? And he was like, please, please, that would be great. So I saw something that needed to be changed. I went to him. He was like, please, I would love your help. Do whatever you want. And I took the set, added lights, added plants, put a backdrop, did all these things. And then from then on, I've been in charge of every set. So every time we build a set is my responsibility.
Be careful what you choose to be good at, people. You will never get away from it.
I'll be honest with you. I can't say I really enjoy it, okay? But what I love is the benefit that it brings to our team, right? That we are doing something that's going to help us further our creative output so that the gospel can be out there in a different way, in a better way. And I get to be a part of that by drawing a couple of lines and like building some shelves out of 2x4. I'll do whatever it takes. So they go, oh, you did such a great job with the marriage conference look. I was like, what are you talking about? I just put some lights in the background. And they were like, we want to do a TV studio for our next series. And our next series is called True Grit. And it has like a country, like a cowboy type of feel, Western. And I said, yeah, ask the Puerto Rican to come up with a Western theme, TV set that makes no sense. But I just took on the project because I knew that in our team, that was an area that was needed. And I have background, I'm a woodworker, so like, I love cutting wood and putting pieces together and nailing something in place. And,
it makes it sound very rudimentary, but he's actually like legit, like makes really, really nice stuff.
But finding the spot that's needed in your team, even if it's not the preferred spot that you like, and then executing on that and driving it and continuing to do it. And, I'm enjoying being able to see our team thrive because I can take over a role that nobody else would ever take over. So that's been huge. John, you want to talk about this point? It all comes down to the heart.
Yeah. One of the biggest things in all this, and I touched on it before when we get pushed out of our spot, if any of you are football fans, you got the quarterback, you always talk about like getting the quarterback off his spot. If you can get him off his spot, then he'll get rattled and he'll make mistakes. And, whenever we get moved off of our spot, it rattles us a little bit unless you're just that kind of person that likes, moving around from one thing to the next all the time. Especially when you've been doing it for a while and you've kind of found your lane. So how do we react when somebody comes along and says, okay, well, I know you've just been doing worship, but like now we have this other need. And really, you kind of have two choices there. You can respond with a prideful attitude, or you can respond with a humble attitude. And the prideful me wants to go, well, this is not my job. This is not what I was hired to do. You hired me. You said I was going to be doing this. And obviously that doesn't benefit anyone. And that's not, all of us are in ministry. So we kind of know where the line, that hard line between pride and humility is. And, or we can take a humble attitude of a servant. And if earlier, kind of further up in our notes, we go back to our biblical foundations for this, and we look at Colossians 3, where it says, whatever you do, work heartily as for the Lord and not for men, knowing that from the Lord you will receive the inheritance as your reward. You are serving the Lord Jesus Christ. And then below that, Matthew 23, where it says, the greatest among you shall be your servant. I think that just sets up this idea so perfectly, that, going into these things, the best thing that we can do and encourage our teams to do is to take the posture of a servant, kind of getting down on our knees and saying, okay, like, where am I needed? Do you need me to sweep the floors? Do you need me to, and kind of putting our specialized area aside and going, where can I be useful right now? And also being willing to extend grace. I think this is a big thing right now because the people, if you're not the one making decisions about who's going to be doing what, and there are very difficult decisions being made. about whose job description is going to change, who's going to be doing, maybe who's not going to be here anymore. And being able to extend grace to both our coworkers, our peers, the people that are around us, but the people leading us as well, and kind of empathizing with the decision-making process that they're having right now. One of the great Andy Stanley-isms that I've heard over the years is when there are gaps in information, fill them with trust, fill them with grace. And I really believe that in this context, because we're doing ministry shoulder to shoulder, and sometimes we have gaps in information and things get passed down to us, and maybe it's a job that you don't particularly like to do. Maybe you're like a kids ministry person that's been thrust into, like, now you're the video person just because you have a camera. And you don't particularly like it, being willing to step back from our situation and go, you know what? I'm going to serve my pastor right now, because I know I'm dealing with it on this level. I know he's dealing with like 20 people like me right now. And so I'm not going to be somebody who's a thorn in his side right now. I'm going to do whatever I can to prop him up during this difficult time. And that's one thing that you have done on our team, is consistently, even when difficult decisions come down, Christian will come to our team. He'll say, this is what we're going to do. And you know what? We may not like it, but we're going to serve our pastor. We're going to serve our pastor well. That's what we're called to do. And we trust him. We're following him. And what that does for us as a team, as it says, is when you come down with difficult things and asking us to kind of move aside and get into a different area, we respond the way you respond. So we're quicker to say, you know what? I'm going to serve my pastor. And I'm going to step aside. I'm going to do whatever's needed of me right now in this time. So being able to let go of your pride, being able to extend grace, is really huge in these times.
Yeah. I would encourage you, we always, at least we say this amongst our team all the time. We serve at the pleasure of our pastor. And I mentioned that in another breakout, but it's the reality. I bear, at this point, I find myself bearing the burden that my pastor, at least part of it, what he's bearing. I'm trying to sympathize and understand his burden, which is for the whole church and for the health of our organization. So if I can do anything to actually become a burden bearer for him, I want to do it, and I want our team to do it. So one thing, if you're leading teams, I will tell you this, do not, when your pastor gives a directive, we have something in our team called the first team concept, okay, that we are very careful to always be a part, continue to do. And what it means, the first team concept, is that you are loyal to the highest level team, that the highest level meeting that you're a part of. So for example, I meet with the team leaders of our church. The team leaders are basically the directors of all the different, of the departments. And it's Jimmy, our lead pastor, and a couple of campus pastors, our communications director, our finance director, and myself. And if Jimmy says, I want to do this, okay, that decision no longer belongs to only Jimmy. It is mine. I was in the room. I'm going to own it. So when I go to the team and I communicate this, hey, we're going to do this, okay? It's not, I don't go, hey, really, Jimmy said we got to do this. So I guess that's what we're going to do. I mean, I hate it, but what can you do? I mean, okay. No, it's my decision. I was in the room making it. It's my decision. I bear that. So that's the first team concept. We are loyal to the highest level meeting that we are a part of, and whatever decisions made there, it's like it's ours. So we take that very, very personal. And I'll tell you, if you're a leader of teams, I encourage you to always follow that pattern with your teams. Okay. I will also encourage you to not be fearful of giving directives. Once you have your marching orders from your pastor, go ahead and create a plan of attack for your team. Okay. There's always pushback. There's always pushback of the unknown. Okay. So what the last thing that you should do is try to bear the whole weight of all the work because you feel bad because the other person is a little bit apprehensive about it. You need to help your team see the value of the assignment that you're placing on them. So you go ahead and delegate those things. And one of the things that has happened right now, John continues to edit our announcement video, right? And next steps for online. Yeah. Winter, another one of our worship pastors, is doing our pre-roll every week. Okay. Tyler Sherritt, who was over here. Tyler Sherritt's back here. He does our Treehouse Takeover, which is our kids programming for, I think it's K-5 through 5th grade. And he also does Heartland, which is our preschool programming. Dwight Hernandez over here. Dwight does communications and social media. And he's our worship pastor, worship leader at Port St. Lucie. Justin over here, he is one of our worship leaders downtown. He learned how to do motion graphics. And so he's our guy over motion graphics and you name it, whatever else nobody else wants to do. He takes it on. Okay. John Acosta over here, he's our worship leader for our Spanish congregation. He literally runs the whole production for Spanish streaming and everything by himself.
And all this that we're talking about, like, this is all new since COVID. Like,
this is all
we were
since
all
COVID.
Just worship leaders before.
Yes. And so you start going down, and we've all taken these responsibilities, and we continue to bear the weight of the organization for as long as we need to. And really, I feel like right now this is a long-term, this is not a short-term assignment. This is a long-term assignment. We're doing this until Jesus comes back or our pastor says differently.
Well, that was one of the helpful things in all of this was how Jimmy framed it up front. Was he got in front of the staff and he said, "Hey guys, we want you to look at this like we're in a house and we've got to renovate the house. So we've got to move into an apartment." So he's like, we're not moving into a hotel. We're actually moving into an apartment. We're going to unpack our stuff because we're going to be here a while. And we're going to move back in at some point, but it's not going to be a while. So let's make this our new home for right now. And that was
helpful. Very helpful.
And that just kind of helped set a framework moving forward so that we weren't every week going, maybe this is the week that we're going to go back to normal. Yeah. One of the things that I thought about too is how important it is to cultivate the culture in your organization and in your teams before you get to crisis points. Culture is very important here. We put a lot of effort into injecting our people with a certain DNA, it really is that kind of can-do, DNA and very family oriented, very supportive, staff that we have. When the time of crisis comes, it's too late.
That's true.
It's too late to get this culture, and this DNA into your people because what you have is what you have. Maybe during this time you've noticed some things pop up and some attitudes and some characteristics in your team that you're like, ugh, this is a real red flag. Well, don't wait till the next crisis to address that. Make a plan now to start injecting your team with the DNA and with the culture that you want and the heart that you want to be evident in your team.
That's huge, man. I mean, by the time the crisis hits, like you said, it's too late. And then ministries start falling apart and its structures begin falling apart because you don't have the culture to support it. When there's crisis, a lot of trust is needed. A lot of trust is needed. Our trust was challenged. In our faith in one another and our love for one another was challenged. And I bet you experienced the same thing in your organization. It was challenged, and we had to go back to, I know this guy, I know this person loves me. I know because that's our culture. That's we've displayed that.
Well, it's like that old the saying, you know, culture trumps strategy every time. Well, what happened when this hit? Like strategy just went out the window. Out the window, and what we were left with was family and culture. And when Jimmy kind of came to us and said, you know, I want it to feel like family dinner, that kind of set our path for the next good while.
John, how about we open up for some questions? I do actually have some questions for you guys. Can we start with that? And then we'll open the floor. But we wrote here, what are some positive changes that the pandemic has brought about that you can carry for the future of your organization? Anybody?
No positive changes.
Everything's been terrible. Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that opened a door for people to start to express that a little bit more for us.
That's really good.
I think, so I recently joined North Phoenix Baptist, but before that, at the church we were at, that was when my COVID session was at that church. At that church, it was really relationship, believe it or not. It was, I got to know my team at a deeper level because it was making us work closer. Even though supposedly, you know, the social distance and stuff, it still didn't matter. You still had to work in close proximity. So having those team meetings and then brainstorming, strategizing, and then on top of that, you know, with what was open, I mean, we were still going out to sometimes eat afterwards, or we were constantly on group chats, or constantly talking. Like, there was more communication than before we were in COVID. So that really helped during that time build that team to be closer, and the fellowship got closer. So
that's huge, man.
That was a whole thing during that time, was like everybody else was like quarantined in their homes, and we're like coming to work every day.
Literally, the production team, we were the only ones here.
Yeah.
From like Sunday through Sunday. It was, and many of you probably experienced that. Everybody else, man, I was jealous of the student guys. Okay, I'll be honest. They were all at home, you know, eating cheesecake, doing whatever. I'm just messing. If you're a student guy, I'm just messing. But like, we were here.
Yeah.
With each other.
Yeah.
Really suffering through the difficulty, but also celebrating the wins and having fun together. It was really
well, and like just briefly, like we tried so many different things in the beginning. We were so busy because we're like, what if we do this? What if we do this? We had like morning devotional. We had Live at 5, which we filmed out there every afternoon at 5 o'clock live. And
the worst,
you know, like the camera would come on, you know, it's like 5 o'clock. Oh, hey, welcome to Live at 5. And then we had Wednesdays with Bernie. We had a Bible study on Wednesday nights, which we streamed. But, you know, we're like, okay, how are we going to live stream Wednesday with Bernie when Treehouse, we got to do Treehouse over here, and we got to do, and I mean, that was just such a nuts, that was such a crazy time. You had a question.
Yeah, I think that's huge. For us, we experienced something similar. We did have an online presence, but it wasn't a good one. Online was second. It was just faint. It was a thought. Yeah, it was an afterthought for us. And hey, you could join something that's happening online. It was poor quality, the whole deal. And all of a sudden, we're like, we got to step it up. Like, what are we going to do? And so definitely a huge shift for us as well. Yeah. Huge.
I think just to be transparent, after we lost our productions director after COVID, the question had to be asked, you know, during this entire season, if we put so much effort into all of this pouring, that nothing ever was being poured back in. Whether that was identifying early, are you spending enough time, are you spending more time editing than you are spending your work? Are you spending more time editing than you are with your family?
Guilty. That's huge. I feel like we're still kind of playing catch up with that in our team. Part of the craziness of the pandemic is that you live in a state of chaos for so long, then that sort of becomes the norm. And we're slowly trying to rein that back, even from the level of responsibility. We brought in basically a consultant to help us figure out is everything that we're doing the way that we should be doing it, because it feels like it's not sustainable. Okay, so we had to bring in a professional because we don't know. Like at this point, we're so in the weeds, we don't know, and I feel like that's part of our process in trying to kind of balance that. Where are we spending more time doing the post editing of this than we are spending in the Word of God? And the answer is yes. So in some ways, we that's a great point, because I think that's the part now that we find ourselves trying to recapture and trying to pour back into our teams. And I've, as the leader of the team, I feel it in the guys. I'm trying to pour out to them. Hey, every staff meeting, I'm just sharing a little word and encouragement and love one another. And this is what it says here. And do you really believe what you're preaching? Is this really what you're living? And so that's a huge point.
Well, and that's something that we've kind of just recently gotten back to, where for a while it was our meetings kind of felt so much more kind of agenda driven.
You got to do this. You got to do this. You got to do this. See you all later.
That's right. That's right. Here's the 12 things that we have to shoot this week. And honestly, it's made a huge difference. Having that just time in the Word and kind of shepherding time in those meetings, it's made a big difference.
Yeah, we're trying to recapture that for sure. Yes.
Piggyback off of that, as probably all have experienced with the pandemic, whatever you're experiencing is going to be magnified and exacerbated under stress. And so I'm one of the many people who made a transition in the middle of the pandemic. It's interesting to meet so many people who are in a new role since the beginning of the pandemic a year ago. And looking back, I realized the environment I was in was already unhealthy and unsustainable.
Mm-hmm.
And shifting into the pandemic, everything crisis mode, everybody putting on hats, just exacerbated that. And so I think what I've taken away out of this is the priority of a healthy team culture, and also prioritizing self-care and making sure you're taking care of yourself, you're taking care of your family, and then of course making sure that your teammates are doing well and healthy. And asking the question, what's important? What do we need to keep? What do we need to throw out? And kind of working towards those things.
What did you transition from and to?
I was in Seattle. I was an executive pastor and worship and small groups. And pivoting to the pandemic, I became the video editor of our non-existent beforehand online presence. And as an executive pastor, I managed the staff, all these things. And then it was just kind of like, my leader isn't healthy, isn't willing. I mean, our lead pastor was supposed to go on sabbatical. And understandably so in some ways. He said, well, I can't go because of the pandemic. But all the elders, which I was one of, said, hey, man, you need to take this sabbatical. You need to do this. The church is going to be okay. There's leadership in place. And, he decided it wasn't the proper time. And I think a lot of things suffered because of that. And then the Lord opened the door of opportunity. It was like, okay,
wow.
This is you. I'm going.
Yeah, I think self-care, huge. Again, another area that I think we're still trying to catch up on. And it's just difficult. I bear the weight of the responsibility upon all the things that are happening to such extent, and I know you do too. That in crisis, you're willing to put almost anything aside to make things happen, but that's not what the Lord is asking of us. He's not asking us to sacrifice our families and and our time with Him and our relationship with Him on the altar of I got to get this done. And so in some ways, I personally have to repent of that, because I find myself leaning in that direction very often. And that's why I find that now we're trying to recapture that. And I will say this, that, we always talk about being shepherds over our people. But I do want to just encourage you that your fellow peers need shepherds as well. So I'm I'm the leader over the worship ministry, but I need guys like John and like Seth and like Winter and like Danny, these guys that are all the worship leaders in our team, speaking into my life and going like, dude, you need to go home. Dude, what the heck are you doing here? Like, your family's waiting for you. Dude, you look like you're tired. You don't need to be doing this. Let me take that off of your plate. And I found such joy and comfort and really rest in those moments where those guys that are around me, who always see me as the one that's pouring into them, they were pouring into me. And every leader needs that. So I just want you to know, if you're in a position where you're part of a team and you serve under the pleasure of a pastor of some sort in your ministry, pour into them. Like, minister to them, because that'll go a long ways. So I think we're out of time at this point. So gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. That's so good. I think we're all in the same, very similar boat of we're all in this pandemic together. So, being agile, being adaptable, and being flexible are things that we all can do. And so it may look similar or it may look different in your church. But thank you, guys. I hope you gleaned some helpful tips that you can take back to your home church. Oh. Yeah, so like Pastor John was saying, their email and their phone number is up there. So if you guys want to go ahead and just take that down right now, if you have any questions that they could answer, they'd love to help out with that. So yes, yeah, exclusively FaceTime.
Only FaceTime, please.
At 11 p.m. So seriously though. Thank you guys so much for listening, and we love your input too. So thank you so much for that, because we learned from you guys too. This is what this is about. So Justin got some closing remarks.
Yeah. So next on our schedule is our final main session at 3 p.m. And yeah, thanks for joining us. Hope you guys keep saying thanks for joining us. Really, no, for real, thanks for joining us. I'm being dead serious.
Hey, if you have to go to the bathroom or kind of get a snack or whatever, I do it now so that you could be back in the room for 3 for the... No, those are not in the same place.
Some places they might be, but...
All right, see you guys soon.
What's that? Do you know where we're putting this? Are we putting it down there? Are we putting it back there?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Can you take these microphones to Matt?
Leave those in the front queue for Sabrina and Aaron.
Both are in the front.
Yes.
Thanks, sir. No problem. probably for the word for you. So that's good.
Let me make sure.
We have a serious challenge. 70% of Protestant churches in the U.S. are not growing, and half of those churches are actually declining. At the same time, 70% of pastors spend most of their day addressing immediate demands instead of casting vision or developing leaders or sharing the gospel. That means a lot of your time is likely being stolen from doing the most important things God has called you to do. Pastors everywhere are struggling with time management and productivity and weariness. They're burning out on giving their energy to the things that don't help make disciple-making disciples. But this doesn't have to be good. The change you're hoping for probably doesn't come from adding more things to your to-do list. It doesn't come from more programs and conferences. It doesn't even come from focusing more on your members. Change in your church starts with you. You're already on the journey to be the leader God called you to be, and we want to work with you.
NAM's Next Step Leader is all about helping you do more of what you do best as a pastor, and then releasing the evangelistic potential of the men, women, and children that call your church home. We work with you to increase your leadership capacity as a pastor. We'll help you trade that uncertainty for God-given clarity, your busyness for productivity, and your weariness for renewed energy and vision. We'll partner with you as you lead your church in their next missional steps and equip them to share the gospel and make disciples. Just imagine cutting through the daily clutter, the distractions, and all the noise, living with a focus, and experiencing wholeness in your health, your work, and all of your life. We believe the church's effectiveness starts with you, the pastor. If we want to see more lives transformed by the power of the gospel, we need thriving leaders. So what about you? Are you ready to take your next step?
We're standing here on Liberty Mountain, surrounded by 1,500 to 2,000 young people and faculty and staff members from Liberty Baptist College. We're standing on the ground that for 3 years we have prayed that will one day be the site of the greatest Christian school in the world.
It began with a dream, with prayer, fasting, a vision, and no money.
My challenge to the students in this chapel today is we rewrite and complete the vision, that whether you realize it or not, whether you even like it or not, maybe you're a brand new student, this is a new experience, you are a part of the vision that God gave to me nearly 4